You're listening to Dr. Gloom, a quiet place for the deep, the dark, and the mysterious. Settle in. Let the room dim. Breathe slowly. These stories are meant to drift with you towards sleep. If you enjoy spending the night here, please like, share, and subscribe. Your support keeps the shadows alive. Tonight we lean into a quiet descent into the unknown, softly, slowly, without hurry. Whispers of the Old House. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and the faintest hint of mildew, clinging to the walls like a long-forgotten secret. I had always been drawn to the old house at the end of the lane, its silhouette a dark smudge against the twilight sky. For years, it had stood abandoned, a monument to neglect, shrouded in tales of what had once thrived within its crumbling embrace. The neighborhood children whispered stories of flickering lights and shadowy figures. But for me, the allure was more profound, as if the house itself breathed, waiting for someone to listen. On the day I finally crossed its threshold, the sun hung low, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the floor, like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. The door creaked open, revealing a dim hallway, its walls coated in layers of peeling paint, revealing the raw wood beneath. A cold breeze whispered through the cracks, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay, as if the house itself had exhaled after years of silence. I stepped inside, the wooden floorboards groaning softly beneath my weight, each creak echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the fading light filtering through grimy windows, creating an ethereal glow that made the space feel alive. I traced my fingers along the banister, the splinters biting into my skin like a gentle reminder of the house's forgotten history. Each room seemed to hold its own memory, a breath caught between the past and present. As I explored, I found remnants of lives once lived. An old photograph, edges curled and faded, showed a family smiling in a garden that no longer bloomed. The children in the picture were wild with laughter, their eyes sparkling with mischief, oblivious to the shadows that would one day swallow them whole. I wondered if they had played in the very rooms I now wandered, their echoes still lingering in the corners. The kitchen was a time capsule, filled with the musty scent of rotting wood and rusted metal. An ancient table stood in the center, its surface scarred with knife marks and stains of long-forgotten meals. I ran my hand over the table, feeling the grooves and ridges beneath my fingertips, and imagined the conversations that had taken place here, laughter spilling into the air like a warm embrace. Yet there was an undercurrent of sorrow, as if the walls themselves mourned the absence of joy. As night fell, the house seemed to shift around me. Shadows deepened in the corners, stretching and twisting into shapes that teased the edges of my vision. The air grew heavier, laden with a palpable tension that settled in my chest. I found myself drawn to the staircase, its steps worn smooth by countless feet. With each ascent, the darkness enveloped me, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. The only sound, the whisper of my breath. The upper floor opened into a long corridor lined with doors, each one a portal to a past I could only imagine. The first door I opened led to a bedroom draped in dust and silence. A faded quilt lay over the bed, its fabric soft and frayed, like the remnants of a long-forgotten dream. I stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath me, and the air shifted once more. It felt charged, as though I was not alone. I turned, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but it was only the shadows, stretching and curling like smoke. I could feel a weight pressing down on me, a presence that seemed to seep from the walls, wrapping around me like a shroud. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sounds of the house, the soft rustling of the wind outside, the occasional groan of the timber, and the distant whisper of something I could not quite decipher. The second door opened to a small nursery, its walls painted a pale blue, chipped and peeling, like the memories of its occupants. A crib stood in the corner, untouched by time, while toys lay scattered on the floor, their colors faded and lifeless. I knelt down, brushing my fingers over a small stuffed bear, its button eyes glinting like tiny stars in the dim light. I could almost hear the laughter of a child echoing in the stillness, a sweet, innocent sound that twisted into something more sinister as it faded. In that moment, a chill coursed through me, a whisper of dread that curled around my spine. I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched, as though the very walls were listening, waiting for me to uncover their secrets. The air thickened, and I stumbled back, the weight of the house pressing down on me, urging me to leave. But something held me there, a thread of curiosity that tugged insistently at my mind. I turned toward the last door at the end of the hall, its surface unadorned, a simple wooden slab that seemed to pulse with energy. My hand hesitated above the doorknob, the cool metal sending a shiver up my arm. With a deep breath, I twisted it and stepped inside. The room was small and dark, the only light coming from a single cracked window that allowed a sliver of moonlight to seep through. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with dusty tomes, their spines cracked and faded. The air felt charged with an ancient knowledge, a gravity that pulled me closer, as though the books whispered secrets meant only for me. I picked one up, its pages yellowed and brittle. The words danced before my eyes, an indecipherable language that seemed to hum in my mind. I could feel the house shifting around me, the walls vibrating with an energy that sent chills down my spine. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending, inviting me to delve deeper into its mysteries. As I leafed through the pages, the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices blending into a haunting melody. I felt disoriented, as if I were standing on the precipice of something vast and unfathomable. I could almost sense the presence of those who had come before me, their stories woven into the air, a tapestry of longing and despair. They beckoned me to stay, to become part of their tale, to unravel the threads of time that bound us all. But a flicker of fear ignited within me, a primal instinct that urged me to turn back. The shadows seemed to swell, closing in around me, and I could feel the weight of countless eyes upon my back. I dropped the book and stumbled out of the room, the door slamming shut behind me with a finality that echoed through the hall. The corridor stretched before me, a labyrinth of shadows, and I hurried down, each step heavier than the last. The air was thick with the remnants of what I had encountered, the whispers curling around my thoughts, a haunting reminder that the house had its own stories to tell. I reached the staircase, my heart pounding in my chest, and as I descended, I could feel the weight of the house's gaze following me, a bittersweet farewell. Outside, the night air was cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the suffocating embrace of the house. I paused at the threshold, glancing back at the darkened windows, which seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The whispers faded into silence, but I could still sense them, lingering like a distant echo in my mind. I had touched something beyond comprehension, a fragile thread that connected me to the past. And as I turned away, I could almost hear the house sigh, a lament for the stories left untold, a promise. The Forgotten Sea. A gentle hum filled the air as I strolled along the shore, the soft sand yielding beneath my bare feet. It was one of those languid afternoons when the sun seemed to drench the world in a warm, honeyed glow, and the sea, an endless expanse of blue, shimmered like a vast jewel. The horizon held a promise that felt both familiar and distant, an invitation to linger just a moment longer in the embrace of the familiar. I had grown up in this little coastal town, a place where the waves whispered secrets to those willing to listen. As a child, I would often sit on the shore, my toes curling into the cool, wet sand, watching the tide ebb and flow, entranced by the rhythm of it all. There was something comforting in its predictability, a gentle pulse that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. But today, the sea seemed different. The waves rolled in with a strange urgency, crashing against the rocks with a force that sent salty mist into the air. The scent of brine mixed with the faintest trace of something metallic, sharp, and unsettling. I paused, my gaze drawn to the water, which glimmered ominously under the sun's glare. It felt as if the sea was breathing, alive and aware, exhaling secrets I could almost grasp, but not quite understand. I continued along the shore, my footsteps leaving fleeting imprints that the tide would soon erase. The rhythm of the waves was hypnotic, lulling me into a trance-like state. I could have walked forever, lost in the ebb and flow, but a flicker of movement caught my eye, drawing my attention to a small cove nestled between craggy rocks. It was a place I had never seen before, a hidden sanctuary, half concealed by the wild, tangled underbrush that spilled over the cliff's edge. Curiosity pulled me closer, and as I approached, the air grew cooler, the scent of damp earth mingling with the salty breeze. The entrance to the cove was narrow, almost secretive, and I hesitated at the threshold, an inexplicable dread settling in the pit of my stomach. Yet something about the place called to me, beckoning me forward. Stepping inside, I was enveloped in shadow, the sunlight dimming as the rocks loomed overhead. The walls glistened with moisture, and the sound of dripping water echoed softly, a distant reminder of time's passage. I took a deep breath, the air thick and heavy, carrying the scent of decay, the forgotten remnants of something long past. As I ventured deeper, the cove opened up into a small chamber, the floor uneven and littered with smooth stones, each one polished by the relentless touch of water. In the dim light, I noticed strange carvings etched into the walls, patterns that twisted and coiled like vines, curling around each other in a maddening dance. They seemed almost to pulse with life, a heartbeat echoing in the silence, and I felt an urge to reach out, to trace the lines with my fingers. But as I drew closer, the sensation shifted. The air grew thick with an unnameable weight, as if I were intruding upon something sacred, something that had long been forgotten. A whisper curled around me, low and indistinct, teasing the edges of my consciousness. I turned, half expecting to find someone behind me, but the chamber was empty, save for the damp stones and the restless shadows. I stood there, rooted to the spot, as a memory stirred at the fringes of my mind. I was a child again, standing at the edge of the sea with an old man whose eyes held the depth of the ocean. He had spoken of the world beneath the waves, of creatures that danced in the dark, unseen by human eyes. His words had woven a tapestry of fear and wonder, and I had listened, enraptured, as he described the freedom that lay beneath the surface, a freedom that came at a cost. The memory slipped away like sand through my fingers, but the unease remained, a gnawing sensation in my gut. I glanced back at the carvings, their shapes twisting in the shadows, and I felt an inexplicable urge to leave, to escape the weight of this place. Yet my feet seemed rooted in the earth, unwilling to obey the instinct that screamed for flight. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if the very stones were alive, urging me to listen, to understand. I could almost make out words, fragments of a language that felt ancient and forbidden. It sent shivers down my spine, the sound wrapping around me like a cold embrace. I squeezed my eyes shut, attempting to block it out, but it seeped into my mind, weaving its way into the very fabric of my thoughts. A wave of panic surged within me, and I stumbled backward, my foot catching on an uneven stone. I fell, hands bracing against the cold, wet surface, and for a moment, I felt the earth tremble beneath me, a low, resonant pulse that echoed through my bones. I scrambled to my feet, heart racing, and turned to flee, the shadows closing in around me. As I dashed toward the entrance, the whispering crescendoed, swelling into a cacophony that filled my ears, drowning out the sound of my own breath. I could feel the darkness pressing against me, reaching out with icy fingers, and I burst into the light, stumbling onto the beach, gasping for air. The sun struck me like a balm, warm and blinding, and I collapsed onto the sand, my heart hammering in my chest. I turned back toward the cove, the shadows within now silent, the entrance a dark maw, consuming the light. I could feel its pull, a dark gravity that tugged at my thoughts, beckoning me to return. But I had tasted the fear that lay within, the weight of secrets unspoken. I rose, shaken but resolute, and began to walk away, the shoreline stretching before me like a path to freedom. The sea still churned, but I felt a sense of separation, a barrier between myself and whatever lay beneath the surface. I was a child once more, the old man's voice echoing in my mind, warning me of the things that dwell in the depths, the freedom they promised, and the price it exacted. With each step away from the cove, the whispers faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of the waves. Yet, as I left that hidden place behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only glimpsed the edge of something vast and unfathomable. A world waiting just beneath the surface, and that it would always be watching. Whispers beneath the surface. The summer I turned 12, my family spent countless evenings at the lake near our home. It was a shallow body of water, bordered by tangled thickets of willow and thick tufts of grass that swayed gently in the warm breeze. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the water's surface, like fingers reaching for something lost. I often found myself staring into those depths, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me, as if the lake held secrets I could not yet fathom. On those languid evenings, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant hum of cicadas. My mother would sit on the shore, her silhouette framed against the setting sun, while I waded into the cool water, the soft mud squishing between my toes. The lake was a sanctuary, a place where the worries of school and friendships faded into the gentle lap of waves against the bank. But there was something else there, something that lingered just beneath the surface, waiting. One evening, as the last rays of sun surrendered to twilight, I noticed a ripple in the water that seemed out of place. It was a subtle undulation, as if something unseen stirred just below, teasing the edges of my curiosity. I leaned closer, my fingertips grazing the cool water, feeling the slight tug of the current, as if it beckoned me deeper. I had always been drawn to the lake, but this night felt different, heavy with an unspoken tension. My father had often told stories about the lake, tales of forgotten things that resided beneath the placid surface. He spoke of shadows that slipped away as you approached, of whispers that echoed in the stillness when no one else was around. I listened, enraptured, caught between the thrill of adventure and the instinctive shiver of fear. It was only later, in the dim light of my room, that I realized those tales were warnings, cloaked in the guise of bedtime stories. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the shadows shifting and swirling like the thoughts in my mind. A soft breeze whispered through my window, carrying with it the faint scent of the lake, mingled with the sweet, cloying aroma of night-blooming jasmine. I thought of the ripples, the beckoning water, and a longing stirred within me, a desire to know what lay beneath. Days turned into weeks, and the ripples became a fixture in my thoughts. Each evening, I returned to the lake, cautiously pushing further into the water, the coolness enveloping me like a shroud. I began to notice how the world transformed at dusk. The trees cast elongated shadows, the air grew dense with silence, and the lake, once familiar, seemed to pulse with an ancient heartbeat. One evening, as I waded deeper, I spotted something glimmering just beneath the surface. It was a small object, half buried in the silt, reflecting the last remnants of sunlight. The water lapped at my waist as I leaned forward, feeling the cool caress of the lake envelop my legs. My heart raced in my chest, an exhilarating blend of fear and curiosity propelling me closer. With trembling fingers, I reached down and grasped the object, pulling it free from its aquatic grave. It was a small, smooth stone, unlike anything I had ever seen. The surface was cool to the touch, and as I examined it, I noticed an intricate pattern swirling across its skin, a constellation of lines that seemed to move and shift beneath my gaze. The stone felt alive, pulsating with an energy that coursed through my fingertips and into my very being. I held it close, entranced, as the last light of day vanished and shadows engulfed the shoreline. That night, I cradled the stone in my hands, its presence a weighty comfort against the backdrop of darkness. I could feel the whispers it carried, soft and melodic, like the haunting notes of a forgotten lullaby. My dreams were filled with visions of the lake, vast and endless, stretching beyond the horizon, a world where the stars danced and the waters shimmered with a light of their own. In those dreams, I could see figures moving beneath the surface, graceful and fluid, weaving through the depths as if they were a part of the very fabric of the water. But as days slipped into nights, the dreams began to twist. The figures that had once appeared so beautiful morphed into something unsettling. Their shapes contorting and elongating, their movements a haunting ballet that sent chills through my spine. I awoke gasping, the stone still nestled in my palm, its surface now warm and pulsing like a living heart. I could feel it calling to me, the whispers growing louder, a chorus that echoed in the silence of my room. I started to find solace in the water, the lake becoming both a refuge and a prison. Each evening, I would return, submerging myself in the cool depths, my heart racing with anticipation. As the moon rose high, casting a silver veil over the surface, I would close my eyes and listen, allowing the whispers to wash over me, their meaning both tantalizing and terrifying. I could feel the pull of something ancient, something that longed to be freed from the depths of the lake. One night, driven by an insatiable curiosity, I ventured further than I ever had before. The water swirled around me, dark and inviting, and I felt a sense of weightlessness, as if gravity itself had loosened its grip. The stone pulsed with an urgency that mirrored the thrumming of my heart. I could almost hear the voices now, clearer, beckoning me to dive deeper, to embrace whatever lay beneath. As I submerged, the water closed over me like a shroud. I felt the pressure of the lake enveloping me, the world above slipping away as I descended into darkness. The whispers swirled around me, forming words that danced just beyond my comprehension. I reached out, my fingers grazing the silt below, feeling the cool, wet earth that seemed to pulse with life. The stone in my hand throbbed, vibrating with a rhythm that resonated through my entire being. And then I saw them, the figures I had glimpsed in my dreams. They danced just out of reach, their forms ethereal, shimmering like shadows cast by a flickering flame. They twisted and turned, beckoning me closer, their movements both beautiful and unsettling. I felt a thrill of fear and wonder as they encircled me, their whispers melding into a haunting melody that echoed in the depths of my mind. In that moment, I understood. They were not merely figments of my imagination. They were the guardians of the lake, the keepers of its secrets. I felt a deep yearning to join them, to become part of their world, to shed the weight of my existence on the surface. The stone pulsed in my hand, urging me to relinquish my hold on the world above. But just as I felt myself slipping away, a flicker of doubt ignited within me. I gasped, a desperate instinct to break the surface, to escape the embrace of the depths. In that moment of clarity, I thrust my arms upward, propelling myself toward the light, the figures retreating as I fought against the pull of the lake. I broke through, gasping for air, the cool night sky wrapping around me like a blanket. The stone fell from my hand, sinking back into the depths, swallowed by the lake's dark embrace. I lay on the shore, the cool mud beneath me grounding me in reality. I could still hear the whispers, but they faded into the night, leaving only the depths beneath. There was a time when the old willow tree stood alone at the edge of our backyard, its gnarled roots clawing into the earth like ancient fingers seeking refuge. I remember how its leaves would whisper secrets in the wind, the soft rustling almost melodic, carrying the weight of the stories I spun in my mind. It was the threshold between my childhood world and the unknown, a line I often crossed in my imagination, but rarely in reality. One summer afternoon, the sun hung heavy and golden in the sky, casting a dappled shade across the ground. I sat beneath the willow, my back pressed against its cool bark, feeling the rough texture against my skin. The air was thick with the scent of warm earth and grass, and a feeling of serenity enveloped me. But as I closed my eyes, lulled by the gentle sway of the branches, I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something in the air, a disquiet that curled around me like smoke. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, forming words that danced just beyond my comprehension. I opened my eyes, squinting into the soft light, the world around me shimmering with a strange, unplaceable quality. I saw shadows flitting between the leaves, shapes that twisted and turned in ways that defied logic. It was then that I noticed the space beneath the willow, where the roots snaked deep into the earth, forming an entrance dark and inviting. Though fear tugged at my heart, curiosity pulled me closer. I crawled forward, brushing away the loose earth and exposing the damp, cool soil beneath. I felt the pulse of something alive beneath my fingertips, a heartbeat that thrummed in time with my own. My breath quickened as I leaned closer, my face inches from the darkened hollow. It felt as though the earth was calling to me, its voice a soft hum that resonated in my bones. In the days that followed, I found myself returning to the willow, each time drawn deeper into the shadowy embrace of its roots. Each visit blurred the lines between reality and dream, the world above fading into whispers and half-formed shapes that lingered at the edges of my vision. I began to forget the chatter of my childhood friends, the laughter that echoed through the sunlit afternoons. The willow became my sanctuary, a place where I could slip away from the confines of the ordinary. One evening, as dusk settled around me, I ventured into the hollow once more. The air was cool, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, a hint of decay. I pressed my ear against the cool soil, straining to catch the murmurs that wrapped around me like a shroud. They seemed to weave in and out of my consciousness, pulling me deeper into their web. Suddenly, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a subtle vibration that coursed through my body. It was as if the very earth was alive, awakening from a long slumber. The whispers grew urgent, almost frantic, and I pulled back, heart racing as panic took hold. But the allure of the hollow was too strong. I grasped at the roots, fingers sliding against the damp bark, and in that moment, I felt something shift. The shadows coalesced, and I was no longer alone. A figure emerged from the depths, rising slowly as though it had been sleeping for centuries. It was a woman, her features indistinct and flowing, like smoke caught in the light. I could not discern her face, but I felt the weight of her gaze as it settled on me, deep and fathomless. There was a sadness in her presence, a longing that reached out to me, wrapping around my heart like a vine. I wanted to speak, to ask her who she was, but my voice faltered in the air, heavy with an unspoken truth. Instead, I listened as the whispers coalesced into a single thought, pressing into my mind with an urgency that left me breathless. She was seeking something, a freedom that lay just beyond the veil of understanding, and I was her tether to the world above. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself drawn into a strange cycle. I spent countless hours beneath the willow, listening to the murmurs, feeling the weight of her presence. The sun would rise and set, but time seemed to slip away, leaving me in a dreamlike state. I began to forget my family, my friends, everything that had once anchored me to the world above. The willow became my universe, and the woman my constant companion. One day, I noticed a change in the air. The whispers took on a darker tone, the shadows deepening, coiling around me like a thick fog. The woman's presence felt more insistent, her gaze penetrating as she beckoned me closer. I could sense her need, the urgency building like a storm ready to break. I crawled into the hollow, the cool earth embracing me as I pressed my face against the damp soil once more. This time, the tremor that coursed through the ground was stronger, more violent. I felt the pulse beneath me quicken, the heart of the earth racing in sync with my own. The woman loomed larger, her form shifting and swirling, as if she were composed of the very shadows that surrounded us. I reached out, fingers trembling, and felt her cool touch against my palm. It was then that I realized I was no longer just a witness. I was part of this unfolding. The whispers crescendoed, a cacophony of voices that filled my mind with a sense of purpose. I felt a surge of energy, a clarity that pierced through the fog of my existence. The willow, the earth, the woman, they all converged in a single moment of understanding. I was not simply listening. I was offering my freedom, my essence, to the depths beneath. As the ground trembled violently, I felt the pull of the darkness beneath me, the weight of the void beckoning. The woman's gaze bore into my soul, a silent plea that resonated deep within me. In that moment, I understood. Freedom was not an escape from this world, but a surrender to the unknown. I could feel the edges of my consciousness fraying, unraveling as I leaned deeper into the hollow, the earth cradling me in its embrace. In that final moment, I was enveloped in darkness, the whispers rising to a fever pitch as I surrendered to the depths. I felt weightless, a part of something far greater than myself. And then, silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the willow stood as it always had, a sentinel at the edge of the world. I could hear the distant laughter of children in the yard, the world above bustling with life. Yet, as I looked down at my hands, I felt the cool earth beneath my fingertips, and the whispers lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the freedom that lay beneath. I was still there, tethered to the surface, but I could feel the pulse of the depths calling, a quiet dread that simmered just out of reach, waiting for the moment I would return. The forgotten shore. I can still recall the days of my childhood when my father would take me to the sea. Those moments were framed in the soft light of dusk, the sun dipping low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the water. The air was thick with salt, a tang that mingled with the crisp scent of the pine trees lining the beach. We would walk along the shore, our feet sinking into the cool, damp sand. I remember the way the waves lapped gently at our ankles, the soothing rhythm whispering secrets only the ocean knew. It was during one of those twilight strolls that I first saw the glimmer. As we wandered further from the crowded boardwalk, the laughter of other beachgoers faded into the background. It was then that I noticed a peculiar shimmer just beyond the line where the water met the shore. I paused, captivated by the light that danced with a strange allure. My father, sensing my distraction, encouraged me to explore, his voice a low hum amidst the chorus of the tide. I approached the water's edge, the sand shifting beneath my small bare feet. The glimmer pulsed like a heartbeat, inviting me closer. As I leaned down to touch the surface, a sudden chill swept through the air, a shiver that traveled down my spine and lingered in the pit of my stomach. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach out towards me, as if warning me away from the water's embrace. Still, I reached out, my fingers brushing the surface. The water felt almost alive, a fluid that shifted under my touch, rippling in a way that defied the gentle nature of the waves. I pulled back, startled, and turned to find my father watching me, his expression unreadable, as if he were both present and lost in some distant memory. Years passed, and the ocean's call grew distant. My father stopped taking me to the beach, and the weight of his absence settled heavily in my heart. I moved away for college, immersing myself in a life far removed from those golden days. Yet every so often, the memory of that shimmering water would flicker through my mind, a ghostly reminder of something I couldn't quite grasp. It wasn't until I returned to the old seaside town, years later, that I felt the pull of the shore once more. The familiar scent of brine greeted me as I stepped out of the car, a heady mix of nostalgia and longing washing over me. The air felt thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken words and buried memories. I walked along the same stretch of beach, the sand yielding beneath my feet like an old friend. As I ventured further, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and deep violet. I wandered past the boardwalk, now faded and worn, the laughter of children replaced by the distant cry of gulls. The shoreline felt different, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to awaken from its depths. The glimmer was there again, beckoning me from the edge of the water. My heart raced as I approached, the familiar chill brushing against my skin. The waves lapped softly at my ankles, but I felt an unusual pull, as if the water was calling me to remember, to return to that moment of childhood wonder. I knelt down, the sand cool against my palms, and peered into the depths. The glimmer transformed, revealing shapes beneath the surface, indistinct, shifting forms that seemed to writhe in a dance as old as time. They were not fish or seaweed, but something else entirely, something that thrummed with an energy I could almost feel in my bones. I could not look away, entranced by the hypnotic movement, a part of me wanting to dive in, to break the barrier between myself and whatever lay beneath. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the light shifted, casting the world into twilight. The shadows elongated, and I could feel the air change, thickening with an unnameable tension. In that moment, I remembered a conversation with my father from long ago, words that had floated just out of reach, yet now echoed in my mind like a forgotten song. He spoke of the ocean's depths, of the things that lurked beneath the surface, of how it was a gateway to worlds unknown. The realization struck me as I knelt by the water's edge. Those shapes, those glimmers, were not merely reflections of light, but something far more profound. They whispered of freedom, of a release from the mundane confines of life, of a calling that transcended the living world. The thought sent a shiver through me, an exhilarating dread that wrapped around my heart. As the tide began to rise, the water lapped more insistently at my feet, urging me forward. I could feel the grains of sand slipping away, the ground beneath me shifting, as if the earth itself was alive. The horizon darkened, stars beginning to prick the sky, their light distant and cold. The shapes beneath the water beckoned me closer, their forms swirling like a tempest of dreams and nightmares. With each wave, the whisper grew louder, a song of the deep that resonated with something primal within me. I felt my heart race, a desperate urge to plunge into the water, to surrender myself to the call of the unknown. But as I leaned closer, a sudden flash of memory gripped me, a fleeting image of my father, his face etched with worry, his hands reaching out as if to pull me back from the edge. I hesitated, the wave crashing against my legs, soaking the hem of my jeans. The water felt electric, pulsating with a rhythm that resonated through me. Yet, I could also feel the weight of the world pressing down, the realization that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. In that moment, the shapes beneath the surface twisted and contorted, revealing a glimpse of something vast and dark, a maw that yawned open, inviting and terrifying. The shadows danced like tendrils, reaching out towards me, promising liberation from the weight of grief and loss, from the limitations of life as I knew it. I stumbled back, the cold water retreating, leaving behind a strange emptiness in its wake. I could still feel the pull, a lingering whisper that would not be silenced. The ocean stretched endlessly before me, its depths hiding secrets that beckoned with a haunting allure. The evening air grew still, the silence wrapping around me like a shroud. I turned away from the water, my heart pounding as I walked back along the shore. The stars overhead twinkled with an otherworldly light, illuminating the path ahead. I could feel the weight of the unseen, the quiet dread settling in my chest like a stone. As I left the beach behind, the glimmer of the water faded into the distance, a memory intertwined with something far more profound. The shapes beneath the surface lingered in my mind, whispering of freedom, of the ocean's dark embrace that would forever call to me. And as I walked away, I realized some shores are never truly forgotten, their pull lingering long after we have turned our backs. The Forgotten Shore. In the quiet town of Eldermere, the fog rolled in thick from the sea, curling its tendrils around the weathered homes and creeping along the cobblestone streets. I had always found solace in this enveloping mist, a shroud that softened the edges of reality, inviting me to wander beyond the confines of the mundane. The soft whispers of the wind through the trees felt like secrets shared only with those who dared to listen. It was on an afternoon marked by a peculiar stillness that I first ventured to the shore, drawn by an impulse I could not quite understand. The tide was low, exposing a stretch of damp sand that glimmered faintly, as if dusted with forgotten treasures. As I walked, my feet sank slightly into the cool earth, each step releasing the salty scent of the sea. The horizon hung heavy with the promise of something unseen, and the air felt thick, charged with a quiet anticipation. I had lived in Eldermere long enough to know its rhythms, the way the waves lapped against the shore with a soft, persistent murmur. But this day felt different, as if the ocean was holding its breath. I paused to take in the sight of the water, its surface undulating with an unsettling grace, whispering tales of depths uncharted. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced with the gentle swell, and I felt an urge to reach out, to touch the cool, dark water. As I strolled along the edge, I noticed a peculiar outline, half buried in the sand. It was a stone, smooth and strangely shaped, unlike any I had seen before. I knelt to examine it, feeling the rough grain beneath my fingertips. The surface was cool, almost too cool, as if it had absorbed the chill of the depths. I turned it over, revealing intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with an unnameable energy, patterns that twisted and spiraled in ways that felt both familiar and foreign. A memory stirred within me, distant yet vivid. I remembered a summer long ago, spent at my grandmother's house by the sea. She had told me stories of the water, tales of creatures that swam just beyond the reach of light. Her voice was a soothing lull, each word a gentle wave that washed over me. Yet there was always a flicker in her eyes, a warning cloaked in affection. The ocean, she said, was not merely a body of water. It was a realm of mystery, a place where the known and unknown intertwined like the ebbing tide. Shaking off the memory, I stood again, the stone cradled in my hands. A shiver traced my spine as I turned my gaze back to the horizon. The sky darkened, the clouds gathering like whispers of forgotten dreams. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that seemed to rise from the depths, calling to me with a gentle insistence. I felt the pull of the water, its depths beckoning, promising secrets buried in the shadows. I walked farther along the shore, my breath mingling with the mist, feeling the cool air fill my lungs. The world around me began to fade, the familiar landmarks slipping from my mind like grains of sand. I was aware of my solitude, yet it felt comforting, as though the ocean had embraced me, wrapping me in its cold, salty arms. I ventured deeper, lost in the rhythm of the waves, the shore becoming a distant memory. Time slipped away, the sun surrendering to the encroaching gloom. The tide crept closer, licking at my feet as I stood transfixed by the stone in my hand. It was alive, pulsing gently, a heartbeat synchronized with the swell of the waves. I felt a deepening connection, an understanding that transcended words. The stone was a key, a vessel of ancient knowledge, and I was its keeper, destined to unlock the mysteries that lay beneath the surface. As darkness settled, the ocean transformed. The air crackled with energy, and the whispers grew more insistent. I could almost discern the words, a language that resonated deep within my bones. The shadows of the water twisted and turned and I felt a strange compulsion to step closer, to surrender to the depths that called my name. A figure emerged from the gloom, rising from the water as if drawn by the very essence of the stone. The face was familiar, yet foreign, a reflection of memories long buried. I recognized the eyes, the same shade of deep blue as the sea, filled with a knowing that chilled me to my core. It was my grandmother, or a version of her that belonged to another realm. The lines of her face were softened by the water, her hair flowing like seaweed in the current. She beckoned to me, her outstretched hand glowing with a luminescent hue, a beacon in the darkness. I felt the weight of her gaze, the intensity of her longing. I wanted to reach for her, to bridge the gap between our worlds, yet something held me back. The stone in my hand pulsed harder, a warning or an invitation, I could not tell. The waves crashed around me, wild and untamed. The whispers became a symphony, a cacophony of voices singing a lullaby that resonated with the very fabric of existence. I felt the ground beneath my feet shift, the boundary between land and sea dissolving. I was unmoored, adrift in a tide that threatened to pull me under. With one last glance at the figure in the water, I turned and ran, the stone clutched tightly to my chest. I stumbled along the shore, the sand slipping away beneath my feet, the voices fading into a haunting melody that lingered long after I escaped the grasp of the sea. The darkness clung to me as I fled, wrapping around my heart like a tendril of fog. When I finally reached the safety of my home, I collapsed against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stone lay heavy in my palm, its weight a reminder of the encounter I could scarcely comprehend. I placed it on my desk, where it gleamed faintly in the dim light, a silent testament to the secrets I had unearthed. As I settled into bed that night, the whispers of the sea echoed in my mind, a lullaby that promised freedom and terror in equal measure. I lay there, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness, feeling the weight of the stone's energy filling the room. The ocean beckoned, its depths still calling to me, lingering in the corners of my consciousness like a half-remembered dream. In the stillness, I understood that I was forever bound to the shore, to the mysteries that thrummed beneath the surface. The freedom I sought was never truly mine to possess. It belonged to the depths, to the darkness that danced just beyond the reach of light. And as I drifted into an uneasy sleep, I knew I would return to that shore, drawn by the whispers of the sea, tethered to the secrets it held, both beautiful and terrifying. Freedom. The air in the old house was thick with dust, each particle a whisper of the years gone by. It settled on every surface, clinging to the wooden beams, curling into the corners of the once grand rooms like lost memories. I had always felt drawn to it, as if the faded wallpaper and creaking floorboards held secrets waiting to be unearthed. As a child, I wandered the hallways, my footsteps echoing in a hollow rhythm, listening to the stories the walls might tell. I returned there now, years later, carrying the weight of nostalgia and an inexplicable longing. The house, still as imposing as I remembered, loomed against the twilight sky. Its silhouette cut through the fading light, an anchor to my childhood. I stepped inside, the door creaking in protest, and was instantly enveloped by the musty scent of age. The familiar chill wrapped around me like a shroud, stirring memories that danced just out of reach. Each room was a time capsule, frozen in the moment I had left it. The parlor, with its faded floral couch and dust-covered bookshelves, felt like a stage set for a play I had once known but could no longer recall. I traced my fingers along the spines of the books, their titles worn away, feeling the rough texture beneath my touch. I remembered evenings spent here, lost in the stories woven within those pages, the flickering light of a single candle casting shadows that seemed to breathe. As I made my way through the house, a sense of unease settled in my stomach. The air was thick, heavy with a presence I could not name. It clung to me, a weight I could feel in the hollow of my throat. I paused in the hallway, staring at the ornate mirror that hung crookedly on the wall. It reflected not just my image, but the sense of something else, something waiting in the periphery. I shook my head, attributing it to the musty atmosphere and my own imagination. The basement door stood ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning me closer. My heart quickened, but curiosity pulled me forward. The stairs creaked underfoot, each step a reminder of the years that had passed since I last ventured into this forgotten space. The air grew cooler as I descended, a damp chill that curled around my ankles and whispered secrets I could not understand. The basement was dim, lit only by the soft glow of a single bulb swaying from the ceiling. Shadows danced along the walls, twisting and turning like phantoms in the night. I took a breath, the scent of damp earth and mildew filling my lungs. A small window high above let in a trickle of twilight, casting elongated shadows across the floor. The darkness felt alive, pulsing gently as if breathing, and I could almost hear the faint sound of something moving just beyond my perception. I stepped further into the basement, my feet sinking into the cold concrete. Boxes lined the walls, their contents long forgotten. I brushed my fingers over the edges, feeling the roughness of cardboard and the faint remnants of labels, most of them illegible. The silence was thick, punctuated only by the low hum of the light bulb, and I felt a strange anticipation build within me. Then I saw it, a small, ornate box tucked away in the corner. It was intricately carved, the wood darkened with age, and a curious pattern spiraled across its surface. I knelt beside it, my fingers trembling as I traced the design. It felt familiar, like a dream I couldn't quite grasp. There was something unsettling about it, a sense of the otherworldly that sent a shiver down my spine. As I lifted the box, a heaviness settled around me, an invisible weight that pressed against my chest. I hesitated, then opened the lid. Inside, the contents were unexpected. An assortment of small trinkets, a tarnished locket, a dried flower, and a delicate piece of glass shaped like a tear. Each object shimmered with an eerie glow, as if they had absorbed the essence of something lost. I picked up the locket, its cool surface chilling my fingertips. I could feel the pulse of history in it, a heartbeat echoing from a time long past. It sprang open easily, revealing a faded photograph of a woman with dark hair, her eyes seeming to stare right through me. In that moment, I felt a rush of memories surge within me, fragments of laughter, the scent of lilacs, and the warmth of summer days spent running through fields. Yet, there was something darker lurking beneath the surface, a sense of yearning intertwined with a hint of despair. The shadows in the basement deepened, curling around me like fingers. I dropped the locket, its clatter echoing in the stillness. The air grew thick, heavy with an unnameable dread. I turned to leave, but something held me in place, a sensation that transcended fear. It was as if the house itself were alive, watching, waiting for me to uncover its truth. I stumbled back, my pulse racing, but the darkness seemed to thicken, coiling around my legs. The distant sound of something shifting echoed in the corners of my mind, a whisper that tugged at my consciousness. I pressed my back against the wall, feeling the roughness of the concrete against my skin. The box, now ajar, seemed to breathe, the artifacts inside glowing faintly, summoning me back. I closed my eyes, willing myself to retreat, but my curiosity anchored me. I had come seeking something, though I could not define what that was. The house, with its echoes of laughter and sorrow, felt like a mirror reflecting my own fragmented memories, and I could sense the veil between this world and something far darker growing thin. The air shifted, becoming electric, and I felt a brush against my skin, like the caress of a lover long forgotten. I opened my eyes, and the shadows began to coalesce, forming shapes that danced just out of sight. A creeping terror took root in my chest as I understood I was not alone. Something was here with me, and it had been waiting, watching as I unwound the threads of its history. I fled the basement, the weight of the house pressing down on me with each hurried step. The air felt thick and oppressive, wrapping around my limbs like vines. I stumbled into the hallway, the walls closing in, and my heart pounded in rhythm with my footsteps. I knew I had to escape, to flee from the shadows that reached for me with greedy hands. Yet as I approached the front door, I felt an inexplicable pull, a tether that bound me to the house. I paused, glancing back at the darkness that awaited me. There was something in that darkness, something that called to the deepest parts of my being, promising freedom from the weight of my own existence. It was a siren's song, luring me back, whispering of truths hidden in the shadows. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to flee and the allure of the unknown. The air shimmered around me, a mirage of what could be, and I felt the boundaries of reality begin to blur. In that moment, I understood that the house was not just a relic of the past, It was a gateway to something greater, something terrifying and beautiful. But freedom comes at a price, and I had yet to decide if I was willing to pay it. The shadows beckoned, and I stood on the threshold, caught between the familiar and the unfathomable, knowing that whatever choice I made would echo through eternity. The house held its breath, waiting for me to choose my path. The Forgotten Shore. I first discovered the Forgotten Shore on a languid summer afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden over the horizon, spilling its warmth like honey across the earth. My fingers trailed through tall grasses, their blades cool and whispering secrets as I moved toward the sound of the gentle waves lapping against the sand. Each step I took felt deliberate, as if the very ground beneath my feet was a living thing, urging me onward. The path wound through a thicket of trees, their gnarled branches twisting like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground in patterns of light and shadow that danced with the soft breeze. I stopped for a moment, entranced by the contrast of warmth on my skin and the coolness of the shaded underbrush. The air was thick with the scent of salt and damp earth, a mingling that stirred something deep within me, a forgotten memory lurking just beyond my grasp. When I finally emerged from the trees, the shore stretched out before me, a vast expanse of sand that glimmered like fine crystals in the late afternoon light. The sea, a deep cerulean, rolled forward in rhythmic waves, each crash against the shore sending a frothy mist into the air. I felt drawn to it, the sound of the water beckoning me closer, as if it were a siren's call, echoing through the caverns of my mind. As I walked along the water's edge, my toes sank into the cool, wet sand, each step leaving a fleeting imprint that the tide eagerly sought to reclaim. The waves curled and broke, pulling back with a gentle sigh, revealing small treasures scattered among the shells, pieces of driftwood, sea glass glinting in the light, and the occasional, ghostly fragment of what might have once been a life. I picked up a piece of smooth, rounded stone, its surface worn by time and tide, and held it in my palm, feeling the weight of it, grounding me in that moment. Time slicked away as I wandered further down the shoreline, the sun beginning its slow descent into the horizon. The colors of the sky transformed, shades of pink and orange bleeding into one another, casting a warm glow that felt strangely surreal. I noticed a cluster of jagged rocks jutting out from the water, their dark surfaces slick with seaweed and barnacles, and felt a curious pull to explore them. The allure of the unknown tugged at me, a whisper that hinted at secrets waiting to be unearthed. As I climbed over the wet stones, careful of my footing, I caught sight of something unusual beneath the water's surface, an outline, shadowy and indistinct, shifting just beyond reach. My breath caught in my throat as I squinted, trying to discern what lay hidden in the depths. It was then that I heard it, a soft, resonant hum, like the echo of a lullaby, rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. The sound wrapped around me, caressing my senses, inviting me to listen more closely. The closer I leaned, the more pronounced the hum became, wrapping around me like a shroud, I felt my heart quicken, a strange exhilaration mingling with the encroaching dread. The water lapped at my ankles, cold and biting, a reminder of the boundary I was teetering upon. In that moment, the world around me faded, reduced to the sound and the shadow, the promise of discovery and the threat of the unknown. I leaned further over the edge of the rock, the ground beneath me slick with algae, my fingers gripping the rough surface. The water swirled below, the dark outline growing clearer, pulsating with an energy that seemed almost alive. It beckoned me, a deep, primordial urge to plunge into the depths, to surrender to the call of the unknown. Suddenly, the humming intensified, morphing into a chorus of voices, layered and dissonant. I recoiled, stumbling back, the shock of the sound jolting me to clarity. With each step away from the edge, the hum faded, replaced by the familiar sound of waves crashing against the shore. Yet a chill lingered in the air, crawling over my skin like the touch of a ghost. I turned away from the water, the shadows behind me stretching longer as the sun dipped lower. I retraced my steps along the beach, but the sense of unease remained, clinging to me like the salt on my skin. The familiar landscape had begun to feel foreign, each familiar grain of sand now a potential trap, each whisper of wind a harbinger of something I couldn't quite name. As twilight descended, I found myself drawn back to the thicket of trees, the path home winding through the encroaching darkness. The air grew heavy, the shadows lengthening, and I could hear the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. A sense of urgency propelled me forward, my heart pounding as I navigated the dimly lit passage. It was then that I noticed the faintest flicker of light dancing at the edge of my vision, flickering like a candle's flame in the distance. I paused, torn between the need to escape and an inexplicable curiosity pulling me toward it. I stepped off the path, the undergrowth brushing against my legs, whispering warnings in the hush of the night. The light flickered again, revealing itself as a small clearing. In the center stood a single ancient tree, its gnarled trunk twisted and contorted, branches reaching out like the grasping fingers of a long-forgotten deity. Beneath its sprawling limbs, a figure sat, motionless, cloaked in shadow. I felt a rush of cold air, a shiver crawling down my spine, as if the very essence of the place had shifted. I approached cautiously, the crunch of twigs beneath my feet, breaking the silence. As I drew nearer, I could see the figure more clearly. A woman, her features obscured by the shadows. Yet her presence felt oddly familiar, as though I had known her in another life. The air crackled with an energy I couldn't quite grasp, a sense of recognition sparking deep within me. It was then that she turned her head slightly, her face emerging from the dark. Her eyes were a deep, fathomless black. And in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 memories surge through me. Whispers of dreams half remembered, fragments of conversations that seemed to echo from another time. The realization washed over me like a wave, and with it came an understanding that chilled my very soul. I was standing before something ancient, a relic of a past long buried beneath the sands of time. The dread coiled tighter in my chest, a heavy weight that threatened to pull me under. I backed away slowly, the light flickering once more as the shadows deepened around me, shrouding her figure in darkness. The tree loomed above, an unyielding sentinel, and as I turned to flee, I could feel her gaze upon my back, a lingering touch of something unearthly. The path back to the shore felt longer now, each step echoing with the promise of the unknown that lay hidden just beneath the surface. The waves continued their eternal dance, whispering secrets I could no longer hear. I hurried along the familiar route, but the landscape had shifted, the shadows elongating into shapes that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own. When I finally emerged from the trees, the beach was empty, the tide having crept higher, devouring the sand beneath my feet. I looked back, the dark silhouette of the thicket looming behind me, like a memory I could. Whispers of the forgotten. The cottage sat at the edge of the woods, a silhouette against the twilight sky, its roof sagging under the weight of years. A heavy mist clung to the ground, curling around the gnarled roots of the trees that bordered the property. I often visited this place as a child, though I hadn't set foot here in years. The air felt different now, thick with an unspoken tension, as if the very atmosphere were alive, holding its breath. I stepped through the creaking door, the wood cool and rough beneath my fingertips. A musty scent filled the small room, a blend of damp earth and something sweetly decayed. My heart quickened, a whisper of memories tugging at the edges of my mind. I remembered afternoons spent hiding in the attic, imagining worlds that lay beyond the confines of my own. I could still hear the distant laughter of children echoing in the halls, though no one lived here now. A shadow flickered in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, I found only a patch of sunlight spilling through a cracked window. Gust motes danced lazily in the golden light, and I felt an inexplicable urge to explore. I wandered deeper into the cottage, tracing my fingers along the peeling wallpaper, the patterns faded and obscure. Each step felt weighted, as if the floorboards beneath me were reluctant to give way to my presence. In the kitchen, remnants of a long-ago life lingered. A tarnished kettle sat on the stove, its spout bent and rusted, while a wooden table bore the scars of countless meals. A sense of familiarity washed over me, as though I had returned to a place I had never truly left. I felt drawn to the table, and as I brushed my hand across its surface, I could almost sense the warmth of bodies gathered around it, sharing secrets and laughter. I glanced at the window, where a sliver of night had begun to invade the room, creeping in like a slow tide. The trees outside swayed gently, their branches reaching toward the glass, as if they were trying to pull me into the darkness beyond. The air shifted, carrying with it an inexplicable chill that danced along my skin. My gaze fell on a dusty book lying open on the table. The pages were yellowed and frayed, inked words curling and fading into the paper. I leaned closer, squinting to decipher the faded script. It spoke of dreams and realms unseen, of a world that existed parallel to our own, filled with shapes and forms that defied the laws of nature. A thrill coursed through me, mingled with a creeping unease. I couldn't remember having read this book before, yet it felt as if it had been waiting for me. As I turned the pages, I felt the walls of the cottage closing in, the air thickening with an otherworldly presence. Whispers seemed to seep from the very fabric of the room, soft and seductive, beckoning me closer. The words blurred before my eyes, and I was drawn into the tale of forgotten beings that slumbered beneath the earth, waiting for the right moment to awaken. My fingers trembled as I reached the last page, where a single illustration caught my breath. It depicted a creature, its form shifting and amorphous, with countless eyes that seemed to stare back at me. The image felt alive, pulsing with an energy that made my skin crawl. I slammed the book shut, the sound echoing in the stillness of the cottage, but the whispers only grew louder, a cacophony of voices swirling around me. I stumbled back, heart racing, and collided with a shelf, sending a collection of dusty jars clattering to the floor. They shattered, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air with an acrid tang. I could feel the weight of the room pressing down on me, the very walls seeming to breathe, in and out, as if they were alive. The whispers morphed into a low, rhythmic chant, reverberating in my bones. I turned to flee, but the doorway felt impossibly distant, the space stretching and warping before me. I was trapped in a web of shadow and sound, the cottage transforming into something sinister, an entity of its own that sought to ensnare me. I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of my vision, a figure, perhaps, slipping in and out of the periphery. I strained to focus, heart pounding, but it vanished before I could grasp it. The feeling of being watched overwhelmed me, and I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I was not alone. In the hall, the whispers grew more distinct, forming fragmented phrases that echoed in my mind. I pressed my hands to my ears, willing them to stop, but they only grew louder, a chorus of voices layered atop one another, pleading and commanding. I stumbled back toward the kitchen, desperate for the solace of familiarity, but the shadows lengthened around me, twisting and curling like smoke. The air felt electric, and I could almost taste the dread, a metallic tang that coated my tongue. I grasped the edge of the table, steadying myself, and glanced around the room, searching for a way out. The door loomed, just a few steps away, but it felt like an eternity stretched before me, the distance mocking my fear. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw her, a woman standing in the doorway, her form half hidden in shadow. Her hair cascaded like dark water over her shoulders, framing a face that was achingly familiar, yet I couldn't place it. There was a softness to her features, a warmth that drew me in, but her eyes held a depth that sent chills down my spine. She reached out, fingers stretching toward me, and I felt an inexplicable pull, as if an unseen force connected us. I wanted to step closer, to lose myself in her gaze, but something deep within me resisted. I could feel the chill of the cottage intensifying, thickening around us, wrapping us in an embrace that was both inviting and suffocating. The whispers transformed, merging with the soft rustle of her dress, creating a haunting melody that wrapped around me like a shroud. Memories flickered, disjointed and surreal. A childhood encounter, perhaps, a moment lost to time. I could almost hear the echo of laughter, feel the warmth of sunlight on my skin, but the sensations were fleeting, slipping away like sand through my fingers. With a sudden clarity, I understood the truth of this place. The cottage was a vessel, a conduit between worlds, a sanctuary for those who had wandered too far. The figure before me was not just a memory. She was a part of this forgotten realm, a reflection of something that had once been alive and vibrant. But her eyes, those endless knowing eyes, held a darkness that spoke of things best left undisturbed. A surge of panic coursed through me, and I tore my gaze from hers, breaking the fragile connection that had tethered us. The air crackled, and I stumbled backward, the whispers rising to a fever pitch. I turned and fled, pushing through the door and into the night, the cold air biting against my skin. As I ran, the mist swallowed me whole, wrapping around my legs like tendrils of shadow. The cottage loomed behind me, a dark shape against the stars, the whispers fading into the night. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the woods, breathless and trembling, the weight of that place pressing against my chest. I glanced back one last time, heart pounding, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw her standing in the doorway, watching. The whispering tide. The sea had always been a companion of sorts, a lullaby that echoed through the hours of my childhood. I would sit on the weathered dock behind my grandfather's house, my bare feet swinging above the water's surface, the salty breeze tangling my hair. The sound of waves lapping against the wooden posts was a constant presence, a gentle reminder of the world outside our little town. I remember those days vividly, a mosaic of sun-drenched afternoons and the scent of brine mingling with the wildflowers that grew untamed along the shore. Years passed, and my visits to that old house grew infrequent, yet the pull of the ocean never waned. I returned one autumn evening, a chill in the air that hinted at the inevitable shift toward winter. The sky hung low, swollen with clouds that threatened rain, casting the world in a muted palette of grays and blues. The house stood steadfast, its paint peeling but still proud, as if it too held on to the memories that lingered like smoke in the corners. I spent my first night there, wrapped in the embrace of nostalgia, the creaking floorboards beneath my feet, whispering tales of laughter and warmth. As darkness settled, I stood by the window, looking out at the water that stretched endlessly, a vast expanse that shimmered under the fading light. It felt different somehow, a heaviness in the air that made the hairs on my arms stand at attention. In the quiet of the night, the ocean spoke to me, not with words, but with a pulse, a rhythm that thrummed just below the surface. It was an inviting sound, yet it carried an undercurrent that sent shivers down my spine. I leaned closer to the glass, drawn by an unseen force, watching the waves twist and curl, their shapes seeming to dance in the flickering light of the moon. The nights grew longer, each one steeped in a dreamlike haze. I found myself wandering the shore more often, my feet sinking into the cool sand, the water brushing against my ankles like a caress. I gazed out at the horizon, where the sky met the sea, a boundary that felt more like a threshold. The waves whispered secrets, their voices melding with the wind, and I listened intently, trying to decipher their meaning. There were moments when I thought I glimpsed figures beneath the surface, shadows flickering just beyond my reach. I would blink and they would be gone, but the sensation lingered, a weight in the pit of my stomach, a sensation of being watched. I shook it off, attributing it to the chill of the autumn air and the isolation of the shore. Still, the feeling gnawed at me, a quiet reminder that something was amiss. One evening, the tide rolled in differently, surging higher than I had ever seen. The water reached eagerly toward the shore, crashing against the rocks with an intensity that felt almost alive. I stood at the edge, entranced by its ferocity, the spray mingling with the mist that hung heavily in the air. It was as if the sea were trying to tell me something, an urgent message carried on the wind. As I ventured closer, the water receded momentarily, revealing patches of glistening stones, slick and dark, like the eyes of something lurking beneath. I knelt to touch them, the cool surface sending a jolt through my fingertips. They felt strange, not just cold but alive, pulsing with a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the ocean. I traced my fingers along their edges, feeling the grooves and ridges as if they were carved by some unseen hand. In that moment, a voice fluttered in my mind, a memory wrapped in the fog of childhood. I recalled sitting on the dock, my grandfather's voice, rich with tales of the sea. He had spoken of a time when the ocean had a different face, a time when it bore witness to ancient secrets, hidden just beneath the waves. The stories had seemed like fables then, but now they resonated with a truth that settled over me like a shroud. The tide surged again, and the water beckoned, pulling me closer. I could feel the weight of the past pressing against me, the sensation of being enveloped in a cold embrace. I stood at the water's edge, my heart racing, the pull of the ocean stronger than the fear that twisted in my gut. It seemed to whisper my name, a lullaby woven from the fabric of the night. The waves crashed higher, and I stumbled backward, the realization hitting me with the force of the tide. This was not just a return to a childhood haunt, it was a reckoning with something far older, a call to surrender to the depths. I turned to flee, but the ground felt unsteady beneath my feet, as if the earth itself were shifting. I ran along the shore, the wind howling in my ears, but the whispers followed me, curling around my thoughts like tendrils of smoke. The houses along the coast stood silent, their windows dark and unwelcoming. As I reached the dock, I paused, looking back at the roiling sea, the whitecaps illuminating the darkness in flashes. In the distance, I thought I saw a figure rising from the water, a silhouette against the moonlit waves. It was fleeting, an apparition that flickered like a candle in the wind, yet it felt undeniable, a presence that lingered in the salt-soaked air. I blinked, and it vanished, but the feeling of being watched remained, thick and suffocating. I turned and hurried into the house, slamming the door behind me, the sound echoing in the stillness. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, my pulse a wild drumbeat in the quiet. The shadows inside danced with the flicker of the oil lamp, and I felt as though the house itself were alive, holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. I sat in the dim light, the room filled with the scent of wood and old books, trying to calm the tumult within. I glanced out the window, the sea a restless expanse, and shivered. The moon hung low, its light spilling like silver upon the surface, but the darkness beneath seemed to thrum with a quiet menace. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind racing with fragments of stories and whispers that wove together, creating a tapestry of dread. I listened to the waves crashing against the shore, each crash a reminder of what lay just beyond my grasp. In the early hours, I drifted into a restless slumber, dreams punctuated by visions of the ocean, where shadows danced just beneath the surface, waiting for the tide to call them forth. When dawn broke, it came with a heavy fog that shrouded the world in a ghostly veil. The sea was muted, its roar softened to a murmur, and the sky hung low, a pallid gray that seemed to press down on the land. I stood at the window, gazing out, feeling the chill settle into my bones. Something had shifted overnight. The air felt charged, alive with an unspoken tension. I felt it in my skin, a tingling sensation that traveled from the tips of my fingers to the nape of my neck. I stepped outside, the dampness clinging to my clothes as I moved toward the shore. The tide had receded significantly, revealing a wide expanse of damp sand. But it was not the sight that held my attention. There, scattered along the beach, lay remnants of something ancient, fragments of shells unlike any I had seen before, their surfaces etched with unfamiliar symbols, their forms twisted and gnarled. I knelt to. The Forgotten Path. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as I stepped into the woods behind my childhood home. A familiar shiver coursed through me, a memory wrapped in the embrace of nostalgia, and something else, something darker. The path, worn yet barely discernible, twisted between the ancient trees, their gnarled roots emerging from the ground like fingers reaching for the lost. I had not ventured here in years, yet the woods felt the same, cloaked in an eternal twilight. The sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting an intricate dance of shadows on the forest floor. Each step I took released a soft crunch beneath my worn boots, the sound swallowed by the heavy silence surrounding me. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the laughter of children who once roamed this place, filling the air with an innocent joy long since forgotten. As I walked deeper, the path narrowed and the trees closed in around me, their trunks thick and heavy with age. Moss clung to their bark, a velvety green that contrasted starkly with the muted browns and grays of the forest. I reached out to touch one, feeling the cool dampness beneath my fingertips, the rough texture, a reminder of the life teeming within the decay. I had come to remember, to reclaim a sense of freedom I thought was lost. But with each step, the air thickened, pressing against me like a weighted blanket. I felt a tingle at the nape of my neck, the hairs standing on end, as if being watched. I stopped for a moment, letting the quiet wash over me. And in that stillness, I recalled a story from my childhood, a tale spun from shadows and half-formed dreams. It was a story of a hidden glade where the light danced differently, where the trees parted to reveal a space untouched by time. I had searched for it once, driven by the innocent curiosity of youth, but I had never found it. The idea of a secret place, a sanctuary of sorts, lingered in my mind, and today I sought it anew, the hope of discovery mingling with an unshakable sense of dread. The underbrush thickened, twigs snapping underfoot like brittle bones, and I pressed on, drawn by an invisible thread. I could feel the forest breathing around me, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets I could not decipher. Shadows twisted and curled, forming shapes that danced at the edge of my vision, elusive and haunting. They seemed to beckon, urging me forward into the heart of the woods. Time slipped away, the sun barely breaking through the thick canopy above. I lost track of how long I had been walking, my surroundings shifting in an uncanny rhythm. I stumbled upon a clearing, the ground littered with a carpet of ferns and wildflowers that swayed gently as if greeting an old friend. In the center stood a massive stone, worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind. Its surface was covered in strange markings, lines and curves intertwining in a language I could not comprehend. As I approached, I felt the weight of the stone, an ancient presence that seemed to vibrate with energy. I reached out, my fingers tracing the markings, and a chill ran down my spine. It felt alive, as if it pulsed with a heartbeat of its own. The moment my skin made contact, a wave of warmth surged through me, wrapping around my heart like a lover's embrace. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation. In that moment, a memory surfaced, a fleeting image of a face I had almost forgotten. A girl with wild hair and a wide smile, her laughter echoing in the air like a bell. We had played here once, lost in our own world. She had spoken of the stone, of its magic, and I had listened, enraptured, as she wove tales of freedom and dreams. But as swiftly as the memory came, it faded, leaving behind a lingering unease. The warmth of the stone receded, and I opened my eyes, but the clearing felt different now. The air had grown heavy, charged with a sense of foreboding. The trees, once welcoming, loomed over me like watchful sentinels, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes against the dimming light. The shadows grew longer, stretching toward me, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, as if the earth itself was alive, breathing in sync with my racing heart. I turned to leave, but the path I had taken seemed to blur, the familiar markers fading into the thickening underbrush. Panic tightened my chest as I stumbled, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest had transformed into a labyrinth, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices intertwined, echoing with laughter and sorrow, drawing me deeper into the woods. I pressed on, driven by a primal instinct, but the trees seemed to close in, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The air turned colder, and I could see my breath misting in front of me like the ghost of a memory. Each step felt heavier, the ground pulling at my feet, a siren's call urging me to surrender to the darkness. Then, just as I began to lose hope, I caught a glimpse of movement, a flicker of light through the trees. I stumbled toward it, heart pounding in my chest, and emerged into another clearing. This one was bathed in an ethereal glow, the air shimmering as if alive with energy. At its center stood a figure, cloaked in shadows, their features obscured. I felt an unsettling familiarity, the sense that I had known this presence before, perhaps in another time or place. They turned toward me, and for a fleeting moment I glimpsed the face of the girl from my childhood, the one who had spoken of the stone and its magic. Her eyes were dark pools, endless and deep, pulling me in, as if they contained the very essence of the universe. But there was no laughter now, only an echoing silence that enveloped me. I reached out, desperate to touch her, to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. But the moment my fingers brushed against her form, she dissolved into mist, leaving only the whisper of her name in the air, a name that echoed with the weight of forgotten promises. The quiet expanse. In the heart of a sprawling field where the grass whispered secrets to the wind, I often found myself wandering as a child. The tall blades swayed gently, their edges soft against my fingers, inviting me deeper into their embrace. I would chase the sun as it dipped low, casting golden hues that danced across the horizon, and in those moments, I felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. One particular evening, the sky wore a deeper shade, a soft indigo that hinted at twilight's arrival. I was alone, though I never felt lonely among the vastness of the field. It was a space that seemed to breathe with me, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. I ventured further than I had before, the horizon unfolding like a dream, an endless expanse that beckoned me closer to its edge. As the sun slipped below the line of trees, I noticed something in the distance. A shape, a figure, swaying ever so slightly, like a mirage wavering in the heat of summer. I blinked, my heart quickening, but the figure remained. It was a woman, draped in what looked like a gown made of shadows. Her hair flowed like liquid night, cascading down her back in waves that shimmered under the fading light. I felt a pull towards her, an inexplicable urge to approach. With each step, the grass beneath my feet felt more alive, the tips brushing against my ankles like gentle hands guiding me forward. As I drew closer, the landscape shifted. The air grew heavier, filled with an unnameable weight that pressed down on my chest. The soft hum of nature faded, replaced by a silence so profound it vibrated in my bones. The woman stood still, her gaze fixed on the horizon, as if waiting for something to break the stillness. I was close enough now to see the details of her gown, which appeared woven from the twilight itself, threads of darkness entwined with silver, shimmering like starlight. There was a beauty to her, haunting and ethereal, yet her presence felt unsettling, like a whisper in the back of my mind that warned of something lurking just out of sight. I was struck by a sudden chill, the air around me sharp and biting, as if I had crossed an invisible threshold. The sky had deepened to a velvety black, punctuated by the first stars twinkling above. I felt small, swallowed by the expanse, as if the field had opened up beneath me, stretching into infinity. The woman finally turned to me, her face illuminated in the faint glow of the starlight, and I caught a glimpse of her eyes, deep wells of darkness that seemed to draw me in. In that moment, I felt a connection, something primal and ancient. It was as if we were bound by an unseen thread, her presence resonating with the echoes of my childhood. I remembered how I would sit in the tall grass, listening to the stories of the wind, tales that spoke of distant places and forgotten realms. The woman seemed to embody those stories, a living testament to the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the mundane. Yet, as I looked into her eyes, a flicker of something unsettling crossed my mind. It was a fleeting thought, a whisper that suggested she was not merely a figure of beauty, but a guardian of secrets better left unspoken. I took a step back, the weight of her gaze pressing against me, and I felt the ground shift subtly beneath my feet, as if the earth itself were alive and aware. But the pull was undeniable. I stepped forward again, entranced, as she raised her hand slightly, beckoning me closer. I could feel the energy between us, a current of something vast and unknowable. My heart pounded, each beat echoing in the stillness around us. The stars above shimmered with an intensity that made the night feel electric, as if the universe were holding its breath. As I drew nearer, the air thickened with an ancient scent, one that was both sweet and acrid, like forgotten memories rising from the depths of the earth. My mind began to swirl with images of places I had never been, of dreams half remembered and fears long buried. I felt the boundaries of my own self begin to blur, merging with the very essence of the field, the sky, and the woman before me. She smiled then, a slow, knowing smile that sent a shiver down my spine. It was a smile that promised freedom, an escape from the weight of the world, yet it came with an unspoken price. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach. The freedom she offered was not without its consequences. I hesitated, the ground beneath me shifting again, the grass curling around my feet, as if urging me to decide. The world felt suspended in that moment, the stars swirling above, as if they too were caught in the gravity of her presence. The woman took a step forward, her gown flowing around her like smoke, and I caught a glimpse of something shimmering in her hand, a small object glinting under the starlight. It was beautiful and terrible, a promise that whispered of liberation, yet threatened to unravel the very fabric of my being. My breath quickened as I reached out, drawn by the allure of the unknown. But then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the field, tearing through the stillness and rattling the branches of the nearby trees. The stars flickered, and the moment shattered like glass. The woman's expression shifted, her eyes darkening as if clouds had rolled in to obscure the moon. The space between us felt charged with a sudden tension, an awareness that surged like electricity. I stumbled back, the weight of the world crashing down on me once more. I turned to flee, the grass whipping against my legs, and I ran, heart racing, the laughter of the night echoing behind me. The woman's silhouette faded into the darkness, but her presence lingered in my mind, a haunting melody that would not fade. As I reached the edge of the field, the familiar trees loomed ahead, their trunks gnarled and twisted like ancient sentinels. I paused, glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting to see her figure standing there, waiting for my return. But the field lay quiet, the grass now still, and the stars above twinkled innocently as if nothing had happened. I took a deep breath, tasting the cool night air, but it felt different now, heavy with unshed tears and unspoken words. The freedom I had felt was gone, replaced by a lingering dread that settled deep in my bones. The woman in the field had offered something beautiful, but the price was a weight I could not bear. I turned away, stepping into the shadows of the trees, leaving behind the quiet expanse of the field, knowing that some doors once opened can never be closed again. The Hollow House. The old house stood at the edge of the woods, its facade weathered and cracked, as if the earth itself had tired of holding it up. It loomed over me like a relic of forgotten dreams, a place where whispers once danced through the halls. I had long heard the stories, tales of lost souls and voices that slipped like smoke through the night air. But it was the call of curiosity that drew me in, as if the house were a siren beckoning me closer. The sun had begun to sink behind the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted and turned, elongating the trees into grotesque shapes. I could feel the chill in the air, a subtle shiver that crept up my spine, yet I pressed on. The path was overgrown, wild grass brushing against my ankles, the scent of damp earth mingling with something sweetly decayed. Each step felt like an invitation to the past, the air thick with memories waiting to be unearthed. Pushing the door open, it creaked in protest, a sound that echoed like a warning through the empty corridors. Dust motes hung in the air, illuminated by the last rays of sunlight filtering through grimy windows. The scent of mildew enveloped me, a musty embrace that whispered of long-lost laughter and forgotten sorrow. My fingers brushed against the banister, the wood cool and rough beneath my touch, each splinter a testament to the years it had endured. As I stepped inside, I could almost hear the faint echoes of footsteps, the soft rustle of skirts, and the distant laughter of children. A memory flickered in the corner of my mind, playing hide and seek in a garden that felt far too vast for my small frame. I could almost feel the warmth of the sun, the thrill of discovery. Yet here, the sun's presence was a ghost, leaving behind only shadows that seemed to stretch and contract in the twilight. The living room, adorned with remnants of old furniture, was a sepulchral space, each piece draped in a shroud of dust. A moth-eaten armchair sat in the corner, its fabric faded and worn, threads unraveling like the stories it held. A heavy wooden table stood proudly at the center, its surface marred with scratches and the imprints of long-gone meals. I ran my fingers along the table's edge, feeling the grooves of time beneath my skin, the pulse of a life once lived. In the far corner, a fireplace yawned wide, its throat dark and empty. I imagined the crackle of firewood, the warmth spilling into the room, laughter echoing off the walls. But now, only silence filled the space, thick and palpable. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, perhaps a voice, a laugh or a sigh, to break the stillness. I wandered through the rooms, each one a whisper of the past. The kitchen was laden with the scent of rust and forgotten meals. A single pot hung above the empty stove, its once shiny surface dulled with neglect. I imagined a woman, hands flour-covered, humming as she stirred a pot of stew, the aroma wrapping around her family like a warm blanket. But that warmth had faded, leaving only a chill that seeped into my bones. I climbed the staircase, each step creaking under my weight, the sound a soft protest against the weight of history. The upper floor was cloaked in shadows, the air heavy and thick. I hesitated at the first door, a simple wooden frame that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. I opened it slowly, the hinges groaning as if reluctant to reveal their secrets. Inside, the room was bare, save for a bed draped in a tattered quilt, patterns of faded flowers barely visible. The windows were shrouded in heavy curtains that blocked out the dying light, casting the space into an even deeper gloom. As I stepped inside, a sudden rush of cold air swept past me, sending a shiver through my body. I paused, holding my breath, straining to listen to the silence that enveloped me. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting just beyond the edge of my vision. I turned quickly, but found nothing there, just the stillness of the room. I felt a pulse of fear, the hairs on the back of my neck rising. Yet there was something almost comforting in the darkness, a familiarity that pulled at the edges of my memory. I could almost hear the laughter again, distant but clear, as if it were floating through the air like an echo of my childhood. I moved to the window, pushing aside the heavy curtains. The view was obscured, the forest a tangle of branches and shadows. But there, at the edge of the trees, I thought I saw a figure, a child perhaps, standing still and silent. My heart quickened, an odd mix of dread and nostalgia washing over me. I squinted, trying to make out the details, but the figure remained elusive, a whisper on the edge of perception. I blinked, and the figure was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the woods. I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on me, the walls closing in like the embrace of a long-lost friend. A soft sound broke the silence, a rustling that seemed to come from the hallway. My heart raced, the chill creeping back into my limbs, urging me to leave, to escape the weight of that haunting stillness. But curiosity anchored me in place. I stepped back into the hallway, drawn toward the sound, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the oppressive quiet. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth, and something else, something sweet and cloying that lingered just out of reach. I reached the end of the hallway, where a door stood slightly ajar. The air beyond it felt different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin. I hesitated, my hand hovering above the doorknob, feeling the warmth radiate from the wood, as if the door itself were alive. I could hear a soft whisper now, a gentle beckoning that promised secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, almost claustrophobic, filled with the scent of old books and a musty perfume that spoke of memories long buried. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with dusty tomes whose spines cracked under the weight of time. In the center stood a small table, littered with yellowed papers and faded photographs, faces peering out from the past. I stepped closer, my fingers grazing the edges of the pages, the paper soft and fragile beneath my touch. The photographs seemed to flicker with life, moments captured in sepia tones, children playing in the garden, a woman with laughter in her eyes, a man with a warm smile. Each face felt familiar, as if I were looking into a mirror, reflecting memories not my own. Then I noticed something peculiar. A single photograph apart from the others, its edges curled and torn. It depicted a child, a girl, her eyes wide and unblinking, a smile frozen on her lips. Yet there was something off about her expression, a depth that held secrets too heavy for her small frame. I felt a shiver run through me, as if the weight of her gaze pierced through time, reaching out to me. I turned the photograph over, my heart racing. Scrawled in faded ink were words that sent a chill through my bones. Find me. A whisper echoed in the stillness, reverberating through the very air around me, a call from the depths of the house. The Forgotten Path. It was on an unremarkable afternoon, when the sky wore a cloak of gray, that I first wandered down the Forgotten Path. The trees were bare, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers against the dim light, and the air held a chill that seeped through my coat. I had always been drawn to the woods behind our old house, a place that felt both familiar and estranged, as though it whispered secrets I could not grasp. As a child, I often roamed these woods, gathering pine cones and imagining creatures hidden beneath the damp soil. My mother would call for me from the porch, her voice echoing like a distant chime, and I would scurry back, leaving the wildness behind. But on that afternoon, I was an adult, and the call of the woods was far more insistent. The path appeared as if summoned by my presence, a narrow trail barely visible through the undergrowth. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing in around me, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves lingering in the air. Each step felt deliberate, as if the ground itself was guiding me deeper into its embrace. The light grew dimmer as I ventured further, swallowed by the tangled underbrush. Shadows danced between the trees, elongating and contracting with every gust of wind, creating a rhythm that was both soothing and unsettling. I paused to lean against a rough trunk, its bark cool against my skin, and closed my eyes for a moment. In the stillness, I felt the pulse of the forest, a heartbeat resonating beneath my feet. As I opened my eyes, I noticed a flicker of movement at the corner of my vision. A figure lingered among the trees, shrouded in the thickening mist. Its form was indistinct, a blend of light and shadow, and it held my gaze as if beckoning me forward. There was a familiarity in its presence, a comforting warmth that contrasted sharply with the chill around me. I hesitated, yet something deep within me urged me onward. The path twisted and turned, each bend revealing new wonders and lurking fears. I brushed my fingers against the bark of an ancient tree, its surface gnarled and worn, etched with the passage of time. I could feel the weight of history in its wood, 1,000 stories layered within the rings. The air thickened with a musky scent, rich and earthy, as though the forest itself was exhaling, sharing its breath with me. As I walked, I thought of a day long past, of a small clearing where sunlight spilled through the branches like molten gold. It was a place I had not visited in years, yet it felt impossibly close, as if the memory was etched into the very fabric of this forest. The laughter of children echoed faintly in my mind, a melody mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I pressed on, the pull of that memory urging me deeper into the woods. The atmosphere thickened, the world around me shifting in subtle ways. I could hear the whispers of the leaves, feel the breath of the wind against my skin, and the forest seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Each step was a communion, a melding of my spirit with the very essence of this place. Then the trees parted to reveal the clearing, just as I remembered it. The sunlight, though muted, spilled into the space, illuminating the wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. I stepped forward, feeling the soft grass beneath my feet, grounding me. It was a sanctuary, a moment suspended in time, untouched by the world beyond the woods. But as I stood there, a disquiet settled over me. The beauty of the clearing felt tainted, as though I had crossed an unseen threshold. The air shimmered, and shadows flickered at the edges of my vision. I could sense a presence, an energy thrumming just beyond my reach. It was both inviting and terrifying, drawing me in while warning me to stay away. I turned, scanning the tree line, and there it was again, the figure, closer now, half hidden among the shadows. I could make out its features, an indistinct blend of shapes that held my gaze with an intensity that stole my breath. A chill coursed through me, and I stumbled backward, the grass giving way beneath my feet. In that moment, I remembered a conversation from my childhood, a fleeting moment with a woman who lived on the edge of the woods. She had spoken of the forest in hushed tones, her eyes flickering with secrets. I had listened captivated as she spoke of ancient beings that dwelled within the trees, of dreams woven into the very fabric of the earth. Her words echoed in my mind, forming a tapestry of warnings and wonder. Yet here I stood, drawn toward that figure, the pull of the unknown outweighing my instinct for caution. The shadows deepened, twisting around me like a shroud, and I felt the ground beneath me shift, as if the very earth was alive and aware. It beckoned, promising freedom from the mundane, a glimpse into realms uncharted. But at what cost? I turned to leave, my heart pounding as I retraced my steps along the path. The forest loomed around me, the trees whispering in a language I could not understand. The familiar turned foreign, every rustle and creak a reminder of the unseen presence that lingered just beyond my sight. As I walked, I felt the weight of the forest pressing against my back, the shadows lengthening as the light began to fade. I quickened my pace, the underbrush snapping beneath my feet, and I could hear the whispers intensifying, a cacophony of voices urging me to return. But I would not. I would not give in to the call of the woods, not yet. I pressed on, determined to escape the grasp of the unknown, the weight of freedom heavy on my shoulders. With each step, I felt the forest recede, the shadows retreating, until I finally emerged onto the path that led home. The air felt lighter, the chill dissipating as I left the trees behind. I turned back, heart racing, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of the figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. In that fleeting instant, I understood that the forest would always be there, a part of me now, its secrets etched into my soul. I had wandered its depths and returned, but the path was forever altered. The call of the unknown would echo in my dreams, a reminder of the freedom that awaited just beyond the veil. The weight of freedom. As the last light of dusk faded beyond the horizon, I found myself wandering along the edges of a forest that had once been my sanctuary. The trees stood tall and silent, their gnarled branches twisting like the fingers of ancient giants. Each step I took sent a whisper of leaves cascading to the ground, their crumpled forms a stark contrast to the soft, cool earth beneath my feet. I had come here in search of memories, the kind that cling to the edges of our minds, like the lingering scent of wildflowers after a summer rain. Years ago, this place was filled with laughter, a realm of adventure where shadows danced playfully among the trees. I remembered afternoons spent chasing butterflies, their delicate wings glinting like jewels in the sun, and the taste of honeyed dew on my lips. I recalled a time when the world felt vast and inviting, a treasure trove of secrets waiting to be uncovered. But now, the forest loomed larger, the trees closer, as if they conspired to keep me away from the heart of their domain. With each hesitant footfall, I felt an old, familiar weight pressing down on me. It was a sensation I could not quite place, an unease that curled like smoke in the corners of my mind. I brushed my fingers against the rough bark of an ancient oak, the texture grounding me, but also reminding me of something I couldn't quite grasp. The wood felt alive, pulsing under my touch, as if it were breathing with a heartbeat of its own. I withdrew my hand, a shiver coursing through me, and continued deeper into the woods. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Shadows flickered between the trees, shifting just beyond the edge of my vision, and I fought the urge to turn back. Instead, I pressed forward, drawn by a thread of curiosity woven into the fabric of my being. I recalled a time when I had shared this forest with someone, a friend whose laughter echoed in my memory. He had known every hidden path and secret glen, leading me to places where sunlight broke through the canopy in golden pools. But as I ventured further, I sensed the weight of absence. The forest felt different now, as if it had grown tired of my presence, weary of the memories that had once danced here. I remembered the stories he used to tell me, tales that seemed to emerge from the very roots of the trees. They spoke of things that dwelled beneath the surface, creatures that slumbered in the dark, watching and waiting. At the time, I had listened with rapt attention, enchanted by the idea that magic could linger just out of sight. But now, those tales unfurled in my mind like a shroud. The path narrowed, twisting into a tight embrace of thorns and wild brambles. I felt them tugging at my clothes, their sharp edges biting into my skin, urging me to turn back. But something compelled me onward, a whisper that seemed to rise from the depths of the forest itself. As I reached a small clearing, the moonlight spilled through the treetops, casting an ethereal glow upon the ground. The air was still, heavy with an almost palpable silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, weathered and moss-covered, as if it had been forgotten by time itself. The stones were cold to the touch, yet I felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from them, a gentle pulse that thrummed against my fingertips. I knelt beside it, my heart pounding, a sense of reverence filling the air around me. It felt as if the earth held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. As I traced the carvings etched into the stone, I caught glimpses of faces, their expressions contorted in a mixture of ecstasy and anguish. They seemed to writhe and shift beneath my fingers, whispering secrets that slipped through my grasp. I remembered a childhood encounter, an evening spent wandering among the trees with my friend. We had stumbled upon a similar altar, its presence both alluring and terrifying. I had felt a surge of fear then, a deep-seated instinct urging me to flee. But he had laughed, his voice a beacon of courage, and I had followed him into the unknown. Now I could almost hear his laughter echoing through the clearing, an unsettling melody that twisted into a cacophony of lost voices. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me, but with it came the realization that I was alone. The warmth of the altar pulsed beneath my palms, and the shadows around me deepened, stretching and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced just out of reach. I opened my eyes, my breath quickening as I took in the scene around me. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches curling like fingers, yearning to pull me deeper into the darkness. The weight of the forest pressed down, heavy with a sense of longing, as if it were mourning something lost. I felt the air grow thick with a presence, an ancient energy that vibrated against my skin, urging me to surrender to the depths. The laughter faded, replaced by a chorus of murmurs that seemed to rise from the earth itself, swirling around me like mist. I stumbled backward, my heart racing, as a figure emerged from the shadows. It stood just beyond the edge of the clearing, its form flickering like candlelight in the dark. I recognized the familiar outline, the silhouette of a boy with wild hair and a mischievous grin. My friend. He beckoned to me, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. But as I stepped closer, the edges of his form began to blur, dissolving into the darkness that enveloped him. I reached out, fingers trembling, but instead of warmth, I felt a cold emptiness that sent a jolt of fear through me. The laughter returned, echoing off the trees, now tinged with a mocking tone. It wrapped around me, drawing me into the depths of the forest, where the shadows thickened and the air grew heavy with the weight of forgotten dreams. I turned to run, but the ground shifted beneath my feet, roots snaking out to ensnare me, pulling me down into the earth. Panic surged through me as I fought against the grasp of the forest, the whispers growing louder, drowning out my thoughts. It was then that I understood the truth of this place, the freedom it offered, a release from the burdens of the world above. The weight of memories and fears fell away, replaced by a seductive promise that beckoned me to let go. The trees swayed around me, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows that enveloped my vision. In that moment, I stood at the precipice, the choice laid bare before me: to linger in the light, tethered to the world of the living, or to embrace the depths of the unknown, where freedom awaited, unfettered and wild. The laughter faded, replaced by a serene stillness that beckoned me to surrender. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, the forest holding its breath, and I let go, falling into the embrace of the darkness. The Forgotten Shore. It was a long drive to the coast, winding through the dim, thick forests that hugged the asphalt like a shroud. I had spent years away from that stretch of land where the trees seemed to whisper secrets to the waves. The air was heavier here, thick with the brine of the ocean and the scent of wet earth. My childhood memories pulsed to the surface like restless tides, each wave of nostalgia bringing a chill that settled deep in my bones. The small cottage stood at the edge of the dunes, bleached wood and peeling paint, as if it had been sunken into the ground only to rise again, weary yet defiant. I had not visited since my mother passed, but I felt an unexplainable pull, an echo of her voice urging me to return. As I stepped inside, the familiar creak of the floorboards greeted me, a soft sigh of welcome from the home I had nearly forgotten. Dust motes danced in the muted sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. Each room was a capsule of time. Faded photographs hung on the walls, their edges curling like the leaves of an ancient tome. The air tasted stale, a lingering sweetness of something long dead, yet it was comforting, a cocoon wrapped around me like an embrace. I could almost hear her laughter, a distant melody carried on the wind, reminding me of afternoons spent collecting shells, the salty breeze tousling our hair. I wandered through the house, each step a gentle nudge of memory. The kitchen still bore the faint scent of old spices, remnants of meals cooked with love and care. I brushed my fingers over the counter, the surface cool and smooth against my skin. It was as if the house had been holding its breath, waiting for me to return, to breathe life into its walls once more. Yet an unsettling undercurrent threaded through my thoughts, a whisper that lingered just out of reach. As dusk settled over the horizon, I ventured outside, drawn by the rhythmic crashing of waves. The beach was nearly deserted, the sand cool beneath my bare feet, the salt spray kissing my skin like a long-lost friend. The horizon melted into a deep indigo, the last remnants of sunlight bleeding into the ocean, painting the sky with hues of purple and gold. I felt small against the vastness of it all, a mere flicker in the expanse of the universe. I wandered along the shore, collecting shells that glimmered like tiny treasures, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch. Each one was a fragment of the sea's memory, a reminder of the life teeming beneath the waves. I could almost hear their stories whispered in the wind, tales of depths uncharted and creatures unseen. The air grew thicker, the shadows lengthening, wrapping around me as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was then that I noticed a figure standing at the water's edge, silhouetted against the darkening sea. I squinted, the waves crashing behind them, and for a moment, I thought I recognized the shape. A shiver danced down my spine, yet I felt compelled to approach. The sand crunched softly beneath my feet as I stepped closer, the figure becoming clearer with each stride. It was a woman, her hair billowing like seaweed in the wind, cascading around her shoulders. Her dress flowed about her like liquid night, dark and shimmering, almost indistinguishable from the ocean behind her. She stood so still, as if the world had forgotten her, and I felt an odd sense of familiarity wash over me, a recognition that sent a chill coursing through my veins. I hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of my mind. The air felt electric, charged with something unnameable. As I drew nearer, the woman turned, and my breath caught in my throat. Her eyes were deep pools of darkness, reflecting the starlit sky. Yet beneath that surface lay a depth I could not fathom. They were both inviting and unsettling, like the sea itself, beautiful yet treacherous. I felt a compulsion to speak, to ask her who she was, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I stood there, entranced by her presence. She raised a hand, delicate fingers beckoning me closer, and for a moment, the world fell away. The roar of the waves dulled, and I was enveloped in a silence that thrummed with possibility. I was aware of the tide pulling back, the water retreating, leaving behind a glimmering expanse of wet sand. As I stepped forward, the ground beneath me shifted, and I stumbled slightly, caught off guard by the sudden change. The woman's gaze remained fixed on me, unwavering, as if she were waiting for something, a revelation, a connection, a choice. I felt the weight of my own thoughts pressing down upon me, memories of my mother surfacing in my mind, her voice urging me to be free, to let go of the past. In that moment, I realized the truth of the shore. The freedom it promised was not merely an escape, but an invitation to confront the depths of myself. The waves began to rise once more, creeping closer, lapping at my feet, the water cool and inviting. I felt a pull, a longing to step into the dark embrace of the ocean, to surrender to the currents that whispered secrets of the deep. The woman remained still, her expression inscrutable, a guardian of the threshold between worlds. I could feel the tide swelling, the water swirling around my ankles, a gentle caress that urged me forward. But as I looked into her eyes, I felt a pang of uncertainty. Was this freedom? Or merely a mirage, a seduction veiled in shadows? I hesitated, the weight of my choice pressing heavily on my chest. The ocean sang its siren song, calling me to its depths, promising release from the burdens I carried. I felt my heart racing, a tumult of emotions washing over me, memories of laughter and love intermingling with a creeping sense of loss. The line between reality and dreams blurred, and for a moment, I was adrift in a sea of uncertainty. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the tide receded, leaving me standing alone on the sand, the woman fading into the darkness. Her presence lingered, a ghostly memory etched into my mind, and I turned back toward the shore. The waves crashed once more, their rhythm a reminder of the choices I had yet to make, the burdens I had yet to face. As I walked back toward the cottage, the cool wind wrapped around me like a shroud, the sand still clinging to my skin. I felt the weight of the past pressing down, but now there was a flicker of understanding within me. I had come seeking freedom, yet I knew that true release lay not in the depths of the ocean, but in the acceptance of what had been. The shadows lengthened behind me, and I realized that the forgotten shore held more than just memories. It held the key to my own liberation. With each step, I felt lighter, the burden of the past easing just enough to allow me to breathe. The house awaited, its door slightly ajar, a portal to the life I had once known, now tinged with the knowledge of the unknown. As I crossed the threshold, the world behind me faded, the whispers of the sea echoing in my mind, a haunting reminder of the freedom I had glimpsed and the choices yet to come. The night wrapped around me like an embrace, and I closed my eyes, allowing the tide of dreams to wash over me, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. The Forgotten Path. It was a day like any other, the kind that stretches languidly across the calendar, each hour slipping softly into the next. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light that wrapped around me like a gentle embrace. As I strolled through the familiar woods behind my childhood home, I felt a comforting sense of nostalgia wash over me. The air filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine needles. I had wandered these trails countless times, each bend in the path revealing a secret I thought I knew. The rustle of leaves overhead stirred memories of laughter and adventure, of exploring the boundaries of the world that lay just beyond the backyard. Yet today, something felt different, as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting for me to uncover a hidden truth. As I walked deeper into the thicket, the sunlight dimmed, filtered through the heavy canopy above. I could hear the soft murmur of the wind, an almost melodic sigh that coaxed me forward. The path, once well-trodden, began to narrow and twist, its edges overgrown with ferns and wildflowers that swayed gently, as if beckoning me to follow. Each step drew me further from the familiar, deeper into the embrace of the forest, where the light struggled to penetrate the shadows. A peculiar sensation settled over me, as if the trees were leaning closer, their gnarled branches whispering secrets in a language I could almost understand. I paused, brushing my fingers against the rough bark of an ancient oak, feeling the grooves and knots beneath my touch. It was then that I noticed the path diverging, a narrow trail veering off to the right, almost hidden beneath a curtain of ivy. Curiosity sparked within me, igniting a sense of wonder that overrode my caution. The air grew thicker as I stepped onto this new path, a soft carpet of moss cushioning my footsteps. The silence deepened, the occasional chirp of a bird fading into an unsettling stillness. I could feel the weight of the world lifting from my shoulders, replaced by an eerie lightness that danced at the edges of my perception. As I ventured further, the trees shifted in shape, their trunks twisting like ancient sentinels guarding a forgotten realm. The ground beneath my feet felt alive, pulsing with an energy I could not name. It was intoxicating, an almost euphoric sensation that drew me onward, deeper into the heart of the woods. Memories flickered in and out of focus, faces and laughter mingling with the whispers of the forest. I recalled a childhood encounter, a chance meeting with a stranger, who spoke of the hidden wonders of the woods. I had listened, entranced, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like specters around us. The man's voice had been smooth, his words woven with an allure that promised freedom, a liberation from the mundane constraints of life. But as I walked now, that memory felt distorted, as though it belonged to someone else. The stranger's eyes had glinted with something otherworldly, an unfathomable depth that had captivated me then, but now sent a chill creeping down my spine. I shook my head, trying to dispel the unease that had settled in my gut like a stone. The path narrowed further, and I found myself in a clearing, an open space that felt oddly sacred. At the center lay a stone circle, weathered and moss-covered, each stone etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. They whispered to me in a language I could not grasp, yet I felt their call deep within my bones. I stepped closer, drawn by an invisible thread that tethered me to the ancient stones. The air shifted, cool and damp against my skin, and a sense of anticipation thrummed in the silence. I reached out, fingers grazing the surface of the nearest stone, and a jolt of energy surged through me, like a current of electricity igniting my senses. Visions flared to life behind my closed eyelids, the past and present swirling together in a dizzying dance. I saw the stranger again, his face a mask of shadows and light, beckoning me closer. The allure of freedom pulsed in the air, thick and intoxicating, filling my lungs with a heady mixture of fear and desire. I felt weightless, unanchored, as if the ground beneath me had vanished, leaving only the vastness of the cosmos. But then something shifted. The warmth of the sun vanished, replaced by an oppressive darkness that crept in from the edges of my vision. I opened my eyes, heart racing, and the clearing felt alive with an unseen presence. The stones loomed larger, their symbols twisting into grotesque shapes, writhing and changing as if they were alive. A deep hum filled the air, resonating within me like a heartbeat, each pulse echoing the rhythm of a distant, forgotten song. I stumbled back, feeling the cool earth beneath my palms, grounding me in the chaos. Yet even as I fought against the wave of panic rising in my throat, I could sense the pull of the stones, their energy entwining with my own, whispering promises of liberation and transcendence. The clearing darkened, shadows stretching toward me, like fingers grasping for something just beyond reach. I felt the weight of eyes upon me, unseen watchers hidden within the trees, their presence heavy and suffocating. A chill wrapped around my spine, and I turned to flee, racing back down the path I had come. But the woods shifted around me, the familiar becoming foreign as I ran. The once welcoming trees now loomed menacingly, their branches clawing at the air, as if seeking to ensnare me in their grasp. I could hear the hum growing louder, a cacophony of voices rising from the stones, calling my name in a chorus of longing and despair. With every step, the path twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the labyrinth of the forest. My breath quickened, panic clawing at my throat as I stumbled over roots and stones, desperately searching for the way back to the sunlight, to the safety of home. But the woods offered no mercy, no reprieve. The shadows thickened, wrapping around me like a shroud, and the whispers grew louder, echoing in the depths of my mind. I could almost see them, figures lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision, their forms shifting like smoke, both enticing and terrifying. Finally, I burst into a small clearing, one I recognized, the sunlight filtering through the branches, bathing the ground in warmth. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath, the sweet scent of pine filling my lungs. Yet even as I regained my bearings, I felt the weight of the forest pressing against me, a palpable reminder of what lay just beyond the edge of the known. I glanced back at the shadows lurking within the trees, the path I had taken now obscured, the stones hidden from view. A sense of unease settled within me, an unsettling realization that the woods held secrets I was never meant to uncover. As I stood, brushing the dirt from my knees, I felt the pull of the trees behind me, their whispers lingering in the air. I turned away, retreating toward the safety of home, but I could not shake the feeling that the woods had changed me, that they had revealed a truth I was not ready to face. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched across my path. I walked with purpose, yet the memory of the clearing clung to me like a lingering dream, a haunting echo of freedom that I could never quite grasp. The forest, the forgotten shore. I had spent every summer of my childhood at the old family cottage, a weathered structure perched on the edge of a vast, wild beach. The cottage, with its peeling blue paint and sagging roof, seemed to breathe the salty air, its very essence woven into the fabric of the land. I remember how the floorboards creaked beneath my weight, an ancient language that whispered secrets of the sea. As I grew older, the summers faded into a blur of sandcastles and salt water. Yet there was one summer that lingered longer than the rest, a summer colored by the strange, haunting presence of the shore. It began innocently enough, with the usual routine of waking to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. The sun would filter through the thin curtains, casting a soft glow on the dust motes dancing in the air. That year, I was drawn to a secluded stretch of the beach, a place where the water met the land in a way that felt almost conspiratorial. The sand there was different, darker, coarser, as if it had absorbed the whispers of the ocean over centuries. I wandered along this edge of the world, my feet sinking into the grainy surface, the chill of the water curling around my ankles. There, I encountered an old man one afternoon, his back bent like the branches of a gnarled tree, his skin weathered by time and salt. He was collecting shells, but not the ordinary kind. These were peculiar, twisted forms that glistened unnaturally in the sunlight, their surfaces marred with strange patterns. He looked up at me, his eyes pools of deep shadow, and a smile creased his face like the lines of an ancient map. He spoke to me, his voice low and rhythmic like the tide lapping at the shore. His words were woven with a thread of something both beautiful and unsettling. He told stories of the ocean, of the things that lurked just beyond the horizon, waiting and watching. I listened, entranced, my heart racing with a mix of fear and fascination. I felt as if the very air around us thickened with his tales, wrapping around me like a shroud. Each day, I returned to the beach, seeking the old man and his shimmering shells. He taught me how to hold them, how to listen to their murmurs. They seemed to pulse in my hands, vibrating with the rhythm of the waves, each one a vessel for 1,000 unheard stories. I felt a bond forming, a connection that transcended time and understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, the old man spoke of freedom. His words flowed like the tide, speaking of realms beyond our own, of vast oceans that held secrets and promises. I watched the waves crash against the rocks, feeling the pull of something deep within me. It was as if he was beckoning me to step beyond the veil, to embrace the unknown. As dusk settled, the shadows grew long, and the air turned crisp. I glanced at the old man, but he seemed to fade into the twilight, his form blurring at the edges. In that moment, I felt an unshakable sense of loss, as if the very essence of him was slipping away into the night. I called out, but my voice was swallowed by the silence of the encroaching darkness. Days passed, and the old man did not return. I searched the beach, scouring every inch of the sand, but there was no sign of him, no trace of the shells he had collected. I began to feel a heaviness in my chest, a weight that seemed to anchor me to the spot where I had last seen him. The ocean, once a source of joy, became a brooding presence, its depths filled with an unsettling silence. I spent hours standing at the water's edge, listening for the echoes of his voice, but the only sound was the relentless crash of the waves. My heart ached with a longing I could not name, a pull towards the very depths I had feared. Each night I dreamt of the old man, his face fading like mist, his stories lingering like the scent of salt in the air. One night, I awoke to a strange sound, a low hum that vibrated through the walls of the cottage. It felt familiar, a haunting echo of the old man's voice. I slipped from my bed, drawn toward the beach, the moonlight guiding my way. The air was thick with anticipation, the scent of brine heavy and intoxicating. As I stepped onto the sand, I saw them, shadows dancing in the moonlight, figures emerging from the water. They were otherworldly, their forms shifting and undulating like the waves. I felt a cold tremor of fear ripple through me, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away. The old man stood among them, his back straight, his face turned toward the sea. He seemed to be calling to them, his voice rising and falling like the tide. I felt an undeniable urge to join him, to step into the water and surrender to the unknown. The waves lapped at my feet, beckoning me closer, promising a freedom I could scarcely comprehend. But as I approached, the figures turned their gazes toward me, their eyes dark and fathomless. In that moment, I understood they were not of this world, and the freedom they offered was not what I had envisioned. It was a void that threatened to swallow me whole, an existence beyond the realm of the living. I stumbled back, heart racing, the realization crashing over me like a wave. The old man turned his head, and for a brief instant, our eyes met. There was a depth in his gaze, a sorrowful acknowledgement of the choice I had made. I turned and ran, the sand shifting beneath my feet, the weight of the ocean pulling at my very soul. The cottage felt like a sanctuary as I closed the door behind me, the familiar creaks and groans wrapping around me like a blanket. I lay awake that night, the sound of the waves a distant lullaby, the moon casting its pale light through the window. I could still hear the hum, a faint echo that lingered in the air, a reminder of the shadows that danced just beyond the horizon. The days stretched on, each one a ghost of the last. I returned to the beach, but the old man was gone, and the strange shells had disappeared. The sand felt foreign beneath my feet, the ocean a distant roar. I wandered the shores, searching for remnants of that summer, but the magic had faded, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. Years passed, and I grew older, but the memory of that summer never left me. I would sit on the porch of the cottage, gazing out at the restless waves, feeling the pull of the sea deep within my bones. I often wondered about the old man and the figures that danced in the moonlight, their shadows etched into my mind like the lines of a forgotten map. I could feel the weight of the ocean, a constant reminder of the choice I had made. Each wave that crashed against the shore whispered tales of the unknown, a haunting lullaby that beckoned me to remember. I learned to live with the quiet dread, the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. And as I sit here now, the sound of the waves echoing in the distance, I find myself drawn to the shore once more. The sun begins to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet, the darkness creeping in like an old friend. I wonder if the old man will return, if the quiet house. The house stood at the end of the lane, an old Victorian with peeling paint and a roof that sagged like an old man's shoulders. I'd often seen it as a child, its shadow creeping across the yard where I played, the tall grass whispering secrets to the wind. It was a place of quiet, where laughter faded and shadows grew long. My mother would sometimes pull me close, her voice a soft warning against straying too far, though her gaze often lingered on that house, as if it held something she wished to uncover. Years later, I returned to the town, drawn back like a moth to the flicker of a distant flame. The memory of childhood games and long-forgotten laughter was eclipsed by an unsettling curiosity. As I approached, the air grew thick, pressing against my skin like an unwanted embrace. The grass had grown wild, reclaiming the yard, while the trees loomed, their gnarled branches stretching like skeletal fingers toward the sky. I stepped through the rusted gate, the creak echoing in the stillness. The path was overgrown, and I could feel the earth beneath my shoes, soft and yielding, as if the ground itself was breathing. The house seemed to lean closer, its windows dark, like empty eyes watching my every move. I was drawn inside, an unexplainable pull guiding me through the threshold. The door groaned as I pushed it open, the sound ricocheting off the walls. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight, swirling in the air like tiny specters. The interior was a time capsule, untouched yet marked by decay. The wallpaper peeled in delicate strips, revealing layers of color, faded and muted. The scent of damp wood and mildew enveloped me, heavy and almost comforting, as if I had returned to a long-lost childhood home. I wandered through the rooms, each one a testament to the passage of time. An old rocking chair sat in the corner of what may have once been a parlor, its surface worn smooth by countless restless nights. I traced my fingers along its armrest, feeling the grooves of age under my fingertips. My heart beat steadily in my chest, an unfamiliar rhythm to the silence surrounding me. In the kitchen, the sunlight pooled on the floor, illuminating the remnants of a life long abandoned. A table stood in the center, its surface scarred with deep grooves, as if it had borne witness to secrets shared over warm meals. I imagined laughter echoing here, the clatter of dishes, the scent of freshly baked bread. The thought brought a strange ache to my chest, a longing for a time I had never known. But it was the basement door that drew my attention, its wood dark and uninviting. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a whisper of something lurking just beyond the threshold. The handle was cold to the touch, and as I twisted it, a wave of musty air rushed past me, carrying with it the faintest hint of something sweetly decayed. I descended the creaking steps, my breath hitching in my throat. The darkness enveloped me, thick and suffocating. I fumbled for a light switch, my fingers brushing against the cool, damp concrete of the walls. The bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows that danced around the room. Old boxes lay strewn about, their contents spilling forth, faded photographs, brittle letters, remnants of lives once lived. In the far corner, a mirror leaned against the wall, its surface clouded with age. I stepped closer, drawn to the reflection that shimmered beneath the grime. As I wiped a patch clear, I caught a glimpse of myself, but it was not just my image staring back. The glass shimmered, and I saw fragments of another time, a woman in a long dress, her face obscured by shadows, her eyes dark and knowing. She seemed to beckon, a soft pull that made the air around me shimmer with anticipation. I blinked, and she was gone, replaced by my own bewildered expression. A chill settled over me, curling around my heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every breath. I turned away, but the feeling lingered, an echo of something I could not name. As I explored further, I felt the walls whisper secrets, voices barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. The basement was a labyrinth of memories, and the air grew heavy with a sense of longing, an urge to remember what had been lost. I ran my fingers over the spines of dusty books, each one a vessel of stories waiting to be unearthed. Yet they felt alien to me, their narratives forever intertwined with those who had come before. In one darkened corner, I found a small trunk, its leather cracked and worn. I knelt before it, the cool floor beneath me grounding my swirling thoughts. As I unlatched it, the lid creaked open, releasing a breath of stale air. Inside lay an assortment of trinkets, a child's worn shoe, a delicate lace handkerchief, and a wooden box that seemed to hum softly in the stillness. I lifted the box, its surface smooth beneath my fingertips. It opened with a soft sigh, revealing a small, intricately carved figurine. It was a creature, both familiar and unsettling, with elongated limbs and a face that teetered on the edge of understanding. I felt the room shift around me, a slow awakening, as if the house itself were stretching after years of slumber. In that moment, I remembered a conversation I'd had with a friend years ago, a passing mention of a local legend that had been woven into the fabric of our childhood. I had brushed it aside then, too young to grasp the weight of such tales. But now, standing in this house, I felt the truth of those stories echoing in my bones. I had heard whispers, fragments of lost lives, secrets buried deep beneath the surface. They were not mere fantasies. They were threads of existence, intertwined with the very essence of the world. The walls began to pulse, and the air grew thick with tension. I could feel the house breathing, its heart echoing in the quiet. The sensation was intoxicating, laced with an undercurrent of fear that made my skin prickle. I realized I was no longer alone, that the shadows held presence beyond mere memory. As I looked around, the dust seemed to swirl in patterns, forming shapes that danced just beyond my comprehension. A sensation of being watched prickled at the nape of my neck, and I turned to find the reflection in the mirror had shifted once more. The woman stood there, clearer now, her eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that stole my breath. She was not a ghost, but a keeper of this place, a guardian of all that lay hidden within its walls. I stepped back, the box slipping from my fingers, landing with a soft thud on the floor. The sound reverberated, echoing off the concrete walls as the air thickened with anticipation. I felt the urge to flee, to escape the weight of her gaze, but my feet remained rooted, as if the very foundation of the house had claimed me. The shadows grew deeper, wrapping around me like a shroud. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the lives that had come before me swirling in a chaotic dance. The house was alive, and I was but a visitor in its realm, caught in a web of memories that were not my own. With each heartbeat, the echo of the past surged, and I could almost hear the laughter that had once filled these rooms. The woman in the mirror, seemed to smile, a knowing curve of her lips that promised freedom. Elysium. The summer evenings in our small town were always thick with humidity, the air heavy and sweet, like over-ripe fruit. I remember sitting on the porch, the wooden slats warm beneath me, listening to the distant sounds of cicadas buzzing, their constant hum weaving a backdrop to the fading light. Shadows would stretch across the yard, dark fingers creeping toward the house as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was a time of day that felt suspended, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something just beyond the edge of twilight. That summer, I spent a great deal of time with my neighbor, Mrs. Hawthorne. She was a relic of the past, with wisps of silver hair that danced like smoke around her weathered face. Her skin was a tapestry of age, marked by the years of sun and sorrow. She would sit on her own porch, sipping tea from a chipped cup, always watching, as if waiting for something to emerge from the shadows. I was drawn to her, a moth to the flicker of her porch light, curious about the stories that clung to her like the scent of jasmine in the air. Mrs. Hawthorne spoke in a soft, melodic tone, her words curling around me like tendrils of fog. She told tales of her youth, of a time when the world felt larger, filled with uncharted territories and endless possibilities. I listened, enraptured, as she recounted the peculiar legends of our town, of the old lighthouse that stood sentinel on the rocky coast, and of the sea that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. I would often close my eyes, allowing the rhythm of her voice to wash over me, pulling me deeper into the world she painted. One evening, as the sky began to deepen into a rich indigo, she spoke of a place called Elysium. It was a hidden glade, she said, where the veil between worlds thinned and the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light as she described the path leading to it, overgrown with ferns and wildflowers that seemed to beckon to the weary traveler. I could almost see it in my mind's eye, a sanctuary untouched by time, where one could find peace and perhaps even freedom from the burdens of life. Her voice dipped into a whisper, urging me to seek this place, to tread the path she had walked in her youth. I felt a thrill of excitement coursing through me, a yearning to discover the secrets that lay beyond the familiar edges of my world. Yet there was an undercurrent of something darker in her tone, a warning that fluttered just beneath the surface of her words, like the wings of a moth in the night. Days turned into weeks, and the thought of Elysium lingered in my mind like a forgotten melody. I began to dream of it, the glade filled with a silvery light, the scent of earth and moss heavy in the air. In my dreams, I wandered through the dense foliage, the leaves whispering softly, urging me deeper into the woods. Each time I awoke, the weight of those dreams clung to me, pulling me toward the unknown. It was on one particularly sultry evening that I finally decided to seek out the glade. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced across the ground as I made my way into the woods behind my house. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the familiar sounds of the cicadas replaced by an eerie silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. My heart quickened with each step, anticipation mingling with a whisper of fear. I followed the winding path, overgrown with brambles and thorns that tugged at my clothes. The trees loomed tall and twisted, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, forming a canopy that blocked the fading light. As I ventured deeper, I felt a chill creeping in, a shiver that ran along my spine, warning me of the unseen eyes that watched from the shadows. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. It was beautiful, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the woods. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. I stepped into the clearing, my heart pounding in my chest, a sense of euphoria washing over me. It felt as if I had crossed a threshold into another realm, a sanctuary where time ceased to exist. But as I stood there, a strange unease settled over me, like a weight pressing down on my chest. The air was thick, almost electric, and I could hear a low hum vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. The beauty of the glade began to warp in my mind, the flowers shifting and twisting into grotesque shapes, their colors bleeding into one another like spilled ink. I turned, hoping to retreat back to the safety of the woods, but the path I had taken seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A whisper of laughter echoed through the trees, soft and sinister. I felt a sudden urge to flee, to escape the enchantment that had ensnared me, but my legs felt heavy, as if the earth itself sought to keep me anchored in that moment. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sounds around me, the rustle of leaves that now felt like a warning, the low hum growing louder, more insistent. It clawed at my mind, beckoning me to surrender to its call. And then I remembered Mrs. Hawthorne. Her stories, her warnings. Had I truly understood the depths of what she spoke? I opened my eyes, scanning the glade for any sign of escape. The beauty had turned to a dreamlike haze, the air thick with an unsettling warmth. I stumbled back, my heart racing, searching for the path that had brought me here. But the trees loomed closer now, their branches intertwining, a web that ensnared me, a trap woven from shadows. I felt a presence behind me, cold and watching, and the laughter returned, echoing through the clearing, more vibrant than before. It was not a voice I recognized, yet it wrapped around me like a familiar embrace, drawing me into its depths. With every ounce of strength, I turned and ran, pushing through the underbrush, ignoring the scratches that tore at my skin. The laughter faded behind me, replaced by the frantic beating of my heart and the sound of my breath, ragged and raw. I didn't stop until I burst through the tree line, the familiar sight of my porch coming into view, a beacon of safety in the encroaching night. I collapsed onto the steps, gasping for air, the glade now a fading memory, a dream etched in the corners of my mind. The cicadas resumed their song, the world settling back into its rhythm. but the weight of what I had experienced lingered like an echo. The darkness felt deeper, more pronounced, as if something had shifted in the fabric of reality. Weeks passed, and I found myself drawn back to Mrs. Hawthorne's porch, seeking the comfort of her presence. But when I arrived, the chair was empty, the cup abandoned, a thin layer of dust coating the surface. An unsettling stillness hung in the air, as if the house had been swallowed by the very shadows it sheltered. I turned to leave, the heaviness in my chest growing with each step. As I walked away, a rustle caught my attention. I glanced back, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw her silhouette in the window. The Forgotten Path. In the small town of Eldridge, where every house clung to its secrets like ivy to crumbling stone, there existed a path that was known but seldom traveled. It wound its way through the woods at the edge of town, a narrow corridor of earth flanked by towering trees that twisted upward. Their gnarled limbs, resembling skeletal fingers, reaching for the sky. As a child, I often heard whispers about it, faint echoes of caution that danced around the edges of my imagination. I remember my mother's eyes glancing nervously at the woods whenever I inquired about the path. She would press her lips together, the way they always did when she was contemplating the right words, before steering me back towards safer topics, like the gardens blooming in our backyard, or the way the sun warmed the porch on lazy afternoons. Yet, the path remained, a silent invitation wrapped in a shroud of mystery, alluring in its obscurity. It was on one particularly warm summer evening, the golden light of dusk filtering through the leaves like honey, that I found myself drawn to it. I stepped lightly, the soft crunch of twigs and fallen leaves beneath my feet creating a rhythm that matched the fluttering of my heart. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that filled my senses with an unshakable sense of both peace and unease. As I ventured deeper, the trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows elongating and twisting in the fading light. The path, once clear, became a winding labyrinth. Each step felt heavier, as if the earth itself was holding me back, urging me to turn around. But curiosity propelled me forward, a siren song that drowned out the whispers of caution that had echoed through my childhood. I stumbled upon a clearing, an unexpected oasis where the trees parted like curtains. In the center stood a stone well, ancient and weathered, its surface covered in moss that glistened like emeralds. The well was deep, its opening dark and unfathomable, pulling my gaze downward. I felt as though it was beckoning me, inviting me to lean closer, to peer into its depths. Kneeling beside it, I noticed the water at the bottom shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The light flickered and danced, shifting like the shadows cast by fireflies on a summer night. I leaned in, entranced, the air around me thickening with an electric charge. A voice, soft and ethereal, caressed my ears, a sound that felt familiar, yet foreign, like a long-forgotten lullaby. I realized then that the well wasn't merely an artifact of the woods, it was a gateway. A chill crept down my spine, but I was too captivated to pull away. My fingers brushed against the cool stone, tracing the intricate carvings that spiraled around the edge. They resembled strange symbols, twisting into forms that sent a shiver of recognition through me, as if I had known them in some distant dream. Time slipped away as I knelt there, the world around me fading into a blur. The colors of the forest darkened, shadows deepening, stretching like ink across the ground. The air grew cooler, whispering secrets that tickled the edges of my consciousness. I felt an urge to call out, to ask what lay beneath the surface, but the words caught in my throat, caught in the grip of an unseen hand. In that moment of stillness, memories surged forth, unbidden and vivid. I was once again a child, standing in my mother's garden, her voice warm and comforting as she spoke of life and dreams. But her gaze would often drift toward the woods, the corners of her mouth tightening, as if she were holding back a truth too heavy to share. I recalled a summer evening, much like this one, when I had wandered into the shadows and stumbled upon an old woman sitting beneath a willow tree. She had offered me a story, her voice like rustling leaves, but I had run away, frightened by the way her eyes glinted like shards of glass. The well's glow pulsed, resonating with the rhythm of my heartbeat, and I was drawn back to the present. The air crackled, charged with anticipation, and the shadows around me thickened, coiling like smoke. I felt a presence, a weight that pressed down upon my shoulders, urging me to look deeper into the well. My fingers tightened around the stone, knuckles whitening as the pull became irresistible. I leaned further, peering into the abyss below, where the water shimmered like a portal to another world. The surface rippled, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw faces, twisted and contorted in silent screams, their expressions an amalgamation of longing and despair. I jerked back, heart racing, a primal instinct screaming for escape, yet something held me in place. Then, like the final note of a haunting melody, a voice drifted up from the depths. It echoed in my mind, a soft susurration that spoke of freedom. The words slithered through my thoughts, rich with promise, yet tinged with something dark and insidious. I felt my breath quicken as I grappled with the implications, the allure of relinquishing my burdens, of slipping away into that dark embrace. The well's glow flickered, and for a heartbeat, I thought I could see the reflection of my own face twisted in rapture, a shadow of the child I once was, filled with innocent wonder. But there was something else lurking in the depths, something that knew me. The shadows writhed, whispering secrets that entangled themselves around my thoughts, and I understood that the freedom it offered came at a price. With a gasp, I pulled myself away from the well, stumbling back onto the path. The weight that had pressed down on me lifted, but not without leaving its mark. I turned and ran, the once familiar path now a treacherous maze of darkness and uncertainty. The trees loomed above, their branches reaching out as if to snag me, to drag me back into their embrace. I burst through the edge of the woods, lungs burning, heart pounding. The sky had deepened, into a blanket of indigo. Stars flickering into existence like distant candles. The comforting glow of street lights welcomed me back, illuminating the way home, but the warmth felt hollow. I glanced back at the woods, at the shadows swirling just beyond the tree line, and I knew that the path still lingered there, waiting for the next curious soul. Years passed, and I often found myself reflecting on that evening, the details etched into my memory, like the carvings on the well. I never spoke of it, not to my mother, nor to anyone else. I chose instead to bury the experience beneath layers of mundane life. Yet there were nights when the call of the path would creep into my dreams, whispering of freedom that lay just beyond my reach. In the stillness of my own home, when the world outside fell silent, I would sometimes hear the echoes of that voice drifting softly through the air. I would close my eyes, feeling the weight of the past settle over me, like a shroud. And though I was free, truly free, I often wondered whether I had escaped, or if, perhaps, I had merely chosen to linger on the edge, forever haunted by the memory of the forgotten path. The void between us. The summer of my 12th year was an odd one, shadowed with a sense of drifting that I had never felt before. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth clinging to the back of my throat, and the sky wore a heavy cloak of gray. Days stretched into one another, marked only by the persistent hum of cicadas and the distant call of crows, weaving an atmosphere that felt both familiar and unsettling. I often wandered the edges of the woods near our home, a boundary drawn between the mundane and something older, something deeper. My footsteps would crunch softly against the carpet of fallen leaves, a gentle reminder of my presence in a world that seemed to breathe around me. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced like whispers on the forest floor. Yet it was the silence that caught at the edges of my awareness, a stillness that settled over the trees like a heavy fog. On one of those languid afternoons, I stumbled upon a clearing I had never seen before. The trees stood in a loose circle, their trunks gnarled and twisted, reaching upwards as if they were trying to claw their way out of the earth. At the center lay a stone, mottled with patches of moss and lichen, its surface cold and smooth beneath my fingers. I felt an inexplicable pull toward it, a sensation that tingled at the base of my spine, urging me to stay. As I knelt beside the stone, I noticed strange etchings carved into its surface, patterns that swirled and coiled in ways that made my head spin. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, shifting like shadows in the corners of my vision. I traced the grooves with my fingertips, and a shiver raced through me, a chill that settled deep in my bones. It was then that I first felt the weight of something unseen, lurking just beyond the periphery of my senses, as if the very air around me held its breath. In the weeks that followed, I returned to the clearing often. Each time, the stone seemed to beckon me closer, as though it were a secret keeper, holding truths I was not yet ready to understand. The world outside the woods faded into the background. The gentle laughter of children, the shouts of neighbors, the ordinary rhythms of life, all dulled into an indistinct hum. I found solace in that silence, in the gentle sway of the trees and the rhythmic whisper of the wind. The forest became my sanctuary, and the stone my confidant. One evening, as twilight draped itself over the landscape, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a child, or at least they appeared to be, though there was something unsettling about their presence. The way they stood, motionless, seemed to stretch the fabric of time, each second stretching into an eternity. I couldn't discern their features. The fading light cast a veil over them, rendering their face a blur of shadows. For reasons I could not explain, I felt compelled to approach. The air thickened with an electric tension as I drew closer, the world around us fading into a distant hum. The child, if that's what they were, stood with an almost unsettling calm, their eyes wide and dark, reflecting the last glimmers of daylight like deep pools. I hesitated, a knot of unease tightening in my chest, but the pull was too strong. It was as if the very ground beneath us whispered secrets only they could understand. As I reached out, my fingers brushed against the coolness of their skin, and a wave of warmth surged through me, filling the hollow spaces of my being. In that moment, the world blurred around us, and I felt suspended between two realities. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in a language I could not decipher. I could taste the earth on my lips, rich and damp, mingling with the sweet scent of decay that lingered in the air. The child's gaze pierced through me, a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. It was then that I understood. They were not simply a figment of my imagination, but a reflection of something far older, a remnant of the woods that breathed alongside me. They held a sorrow that echoed in the stillness, a longing that reverberated through the very fabric of the forest. The summer waned, and the days grew shorter. I began to lose track of time, the hours blending into a haze of twilight and shadows. But child remained at the clearing, a constant presence in my mind, and the stone pulsed with an intensity that resonated with my very soul. I was drawn deeper into the woods, each step feeling like a surrender, as if I were shedding the weight of the world outside. In the silence of those woods, I learned to listen. The whispers of the trees became clearer, the rustle of leaves, a language I began to understand. They spoke of forgotten things, of shadows that flickered at the edges of reality, and of a freedom that lay just beyond my grasp. It was intoxicating, this new understanding, a communion with something vast and unknowable. Then came the autumn, with its crisp air and the fiery hues of leaves falling from their branches. I returned to the stone one last time, the chill of the season settling around me. The child awaited, their presence a constant reminder of the bond we had formed. I reached out once more, and as our fingers met, a surge of memories flooded through me, flashes of laughter, of warmth, of lives intertwined and then unraveled. But in that moment, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the very fabric of the forest trembling with an ancient restlessness. The child's eyes darkened, their expression shifting into something far more profound, a knowing that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel the weight of the world pressing in, the boundaries of reality fraying at the edges, and for the first time, I truly understood the cost of the freedom I sought. As the last light of day slipped away, a darkness enveloped us, thick and suffocating. I turned to flee, but the forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The child's laughter echoed through the trees, a haunting melody that twisted my heart. I stumbled back toward the path, desperate to escape the weight of the unseen, the whispers that grew louder, drowning out the sound of my own heartbeat. With each step I took, the forest shifted, the landscape morphing into something alien and unrecognizable. I could feel the child's presence behind me, an echo of the past that lingered in the shadows, a reminder of the cost of the freedom I had sought. As I broke through the trees, the familiar sights of home greeted me, but I knew, deep down, that I was forever changed. The cicadas sang their lullaby, but it no longer felt like a welcome embrace. Instead, it was a reminder of the woods that had beckoned me, of the child who had drawn me in. As I closed my eyes, the shadows of that summer haunted me, a lingering chill in the warmth of the night, a reminder that some secrets are not meant to be uncovered, and some paths lead only to the void between us. The whispering tide. I often think back to the summer my childhood shifted, a subtle tremor in the foundation of my being that I could neither name nor fully comprehend. I was a quiet child, content to wander the shores of Crescent Bay, where the ocean sang its low, eternal lullaby. The air smelled of salt and sun-bleached wood, and I could feel the coarse grains of sand slip through my fingers like secrets. I would stand at the water's edge, where the gentle waves caressed my ankles, their touch both soothing and strange. One afternoon, the horizon wore a peculiar hue, a deepening blue that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. I had been collecting shells, their polished surfaces glinting under the sun, when I noticed a figure further down the shore, near the jagged rocks that mark the boundary of our little world. They were bent low, hands sifting through the damp sand, their hair a dark tangle that danced with the breeze. A sense of curiosity drew me closer, the rhythm of my heartbeat matching the pulse of the tide. As I approached, I realized they were a woman, her silhouette sharp against the rolling waves. She wore a simple dress, faded and frayed, as if it had once belonged to another time. My small feet padded softly over the sand, but she remained oblivious, lost in her task. I stood watching, the ocean's whispers rising and falling around me. The woman's hands moved with a grace that seemed almost unnatural, revealing and concealing treasures from the sea. She unearthed something glimmering, holding it to the light, a shell, but not like the others I had seen. This one shimmered with an iridescence that seemed to swallow the sunlight, casting strange colors on her face. As she turned slightly, I caught a glimpse of her eyes. They were deep and dark, pools of something ancient, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. She raised her head then, and I felt as if I had intruded upon a sacred moment. Yet, instead of fear, a strange sense of connection filled the air between us. She smiled, though her lips did not move, and I felt the warmth of her gaze wrap around me. The tide shifted, and with it came a low, resonant sound, like the distant tolling of a bell, echoing beneath the waves. It beckoned to me, a call I didn't know I was longing for. I stepped closer, the sand shifting beneath my feet, urging me onward. The air thickened, and the world around us faded into a hush, as if the sea itself held its breath. In the days that followed, I returned to that stretch of beach, drawn by an invisible thread. Each visit was a ritual, the sun dipping low in the sky as I searched for her among the rocks. I never found her again, but I would stand in the same spot, feeling the cool water lap at my ankles, listening to the whispers of the ocean, which had become my confidant. It was on one such evening that I stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the sand. I knelt, brushing aside the grains to reveal a small, twisted shell, much like the one I had seen in the woman's hands. Its surface shimmered with the same otherworldly colors, and as I held it to my ear, the sound of the sea transformed. Instead of the rhythmic crash of waves, I heard a deep, resonant voice echoing with the wisdom of eons. The shell felt alive in my palm, pulsating with a gentle warmth. In that moment, I understood that it was a key, a portal to a realm beyond my comprehension. The air thickened with possibilities, and I could almost see the fabric of the world shift, threads of reality weaving together and pulling apart. I felt a yearning, a desire to understand what lay beyond the veil of my existence, the very essence of freedom itself. Days turned into weeks, and the summer sun began to wane, giving way to the cool embrace of autumn. The beach grew desolate, the once vibrant sands now muted under a gray sky. I felt the weight of the world settle on my shoulders, a heaviness that pulled me toward the water's edge. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, beckoning me to listen, to dive deeper into the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stood at the water's edge, clutching the shell tightly. The tide surged forward, eager to envelop me, and I felt a pull, an invitation to step beyond the threshold of my reality. I took a breath, the air thick with the scent of brine and decay, and waded into the water, feeling the cold grasp of the ocean around me. With each step, I sank deeper, the world above fading into a murmur. My heart raced, thrumming in my chest like a drum. I felt the weight of the shell grow heavier, a tether to the world I was leaving behind. The water wrapped around me, dark and thick, and I felt the whispers transform into a chorus, a symphony of voices that spoke of dreams unfulfilled and realms unseen. In that moment, I understood that freedom was not an escape, but a surrender to the depths of existence. I let go of the shell, watching as it slipped from my fingers, disappearing into the dark embrace of the sea. The voices sang louder, enveloping me in their song, guiding me deeper into the abyss. And then, silence. I awoke on the shore, the sun rising over the horizon, painting the sky with soft hues of orange and pink. The water lapped gently at my feet, and I felt the warmth of the sand beneath me, grounding me in the moment. The world felt different, as if I had crossed an invisible boundary. The whispers were gone, replaced by the soft rustle of the breeze through the grass. I turned to look at the ocean, a vast expanse of possibility before me. The shell was nowhere to be found, yet I felt it within me, a lingering echo of a journey that had only just begun. As I walked away from the shore, the weight of the world seemed lighter, and I realized that I was no longer the child who had wandered there so long ago. I had tasted the edge of something profound, a glimpse into the unfathomable, and I carried it with me, like a secret whispered on the wind. Whispers from the water. The moon hung low over the pond, a silver disk casting trembling light on the surface, where the water turned to glass. I had returned to the old homestead after years away, its familiar creaks and sighs echoing softly in the stillness of the night. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the autumn chill settling in. It felt as though the house breathed with me, every board and window a witness to the passage of time. As a child, I spent countless afternoons at that pond wading through the shallows, chasing dragonflies that danced over the surface like errant thoughts. But now, standing at its edge, I felt the weight of the stillness pressing against my chest. The water reflected not just the moon, but a darkness that pulsed beneath, an ancient rhythm I had forgotten yet somehow recognized. The cool breeze carried whispers, their meaning elusive like the flutter of wings just beyond my reach. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me about this place, tales woven with a thread of warning. She would speak of the pond's depths, how it seemed to breathe, to listen, and how those who lingered too long might hear its call. I had always laughed it off, a child reveling in the thrill of fear. But now, as shadows pooled between the trees, I felt the hairs on my neck rise, an instinctual shiver warning me to turn away. Yet, curiosity tethered me to that spot. I could not shake the feeling that something lay beneath the surface, something that yearned to be seen. The water rippled, and I leaned closer, my breath misting in the cool air. The reflection of the moon trembled, distorting into a myriad of shapes, and I could have sworn I glimpsed something moving beneath. A flicker of shadow, perhaps a trick of the light, or maybe more, a fleeting glimpse of something that should not be. I remembered how, as a child, I had often sought solitude at the pond, drawn to its quiet allure. It was a refuge from the noise of the world, a place where I could lose myself among the reeds and rushes. I had once encountered a boy there, his laughter like the tinkling of glass. He had spoken with such fervor about freedom, about the vastness of the world beyond the trees, and I had felt a kinship with him, as if we shared a secret language. But in the blur of memory, his features remained elusive, fading like mist at dawn. Each visit to the pond blurred the lines between the real and the imagined. The boy's voice lingered in my mind, echoing softly as I gazed into the water. I could almost hear him again, weaving tales of hidden realms and forgotten truths. I felt the pull of those words, the promise of something waiting just beneath the surface. A longing stirred within me, an urge to dive deeper, to uncover the mysteries that lay submerged. Time slipped away, and the moon rose higher, casting a silvery path across the water. I knelt on the bank, my fingertips grazing the cool, wet earth. The air thickened, a weighty silence enveloping me, and I could no longer tell if the whispers were a figment of my imagination or something more tangible. The surface of the pond shimmered, drawing me in, its depths an unfathomable void that beckoned with an allure I found impossible to resist. As I leaned closer, I felt a chill seep into my bones, a sensation both invigorating and terrifying. The water shifted, revealing a glimmer of movement beneath. My breath caught, and for a heartbeat, I felt suspended between two worlds, the warmth of the earth and the cold embrace of the water. My heart raced, thrumming in my chest like a drum, as I searched the depths for something that would explain the unease curling in my stomach. In that moment, a figure emerged, a swirl of shadow against the silvery backdrop. It bore the faintest outline of a face, familiar yet unrecognizable. I stumbled back, my pulse quickening as I struggled to comprehend the vision before me. The water undulated, distorting the image further, but the sensation of recognition gnawed at the edges of my mind. It was a face I had known, perhaps that of the boy from my childhood, or perhaps something else entirely. I wanted to scream, to flee from the banks of the pond, but my limbs felt heavy, as if bound by the very water that lapped at my feet. Instead, I remained there, entranced, as the figure seemed to reach out, fingers trailing through the water, creating ripples that spread like whispers. The air grew thicker, each breath I took laden with the weight of the moment. I was no longer just a spectator. I was drawn into the depths, as though the pond itself had taken an interest in my presence. Memories flooded my mind, snippets of laughter, the warmth of sunlight filtering through leaves, the boy's voice urging me to explore. But as the figure in the water became clearer, those memories twisted, mingling with something darker, something I could not quite grasp. The boy's laughter morphed into a haunting melody, the kind that lingers long after the notes have faded, echoing in the hollow spaces of the heart. The moonlight flickered, casting shadows that danced along the edges of the pond. My surroundings felt distorted, as if I were peering through a veil that separated reality from some otherworldly dimension. I felt the ground beneath me shift, an unsettling sensation as though the earth itself was shifting, preparing to swallow me whole. I was trapped in that moment, a dreamscape teetering on the brink of something unfathomable. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the vision faded. The water settled back into its calm state, reflecting only the moon and the trees that stood guard. I blinked, and the figure was gone, leaving behind an unsettling quiet. I staggered back from the pond, a breathless ache in my chest, the haunting melody still echoing in my ears. I wanted to run, to escape the pull of the water, but something within me held me in place. I turned, glancing back at the pond one last time, and in that fleeting moment, I felt an understanding wash over me. The water was not merely a reflection of what lay above. It was a mirror to something deeper, something ancient and waiting. The boy, the whispers, the freedom he had spoken of, all of it was intertwined with the very essence of this place. I realized then that the stories were not just tales spun to frighten a child. They were warnings, echoes of those who had come before, lingering like shadows in the twilight. With a heavy heart, I stepped away from the water's edge, the cool night air a balm against my fevered skin. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me, but I also felt a flicker of something else, a sliver of freedom that lay beyond the pond, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. As I walked back toward the house, the whispers lingered in my mind, a reminder that some encounters are not meant to be forgotten, and some depths are best left unexplored. The Forgotten Shore. It was a summer of relentless heat when I first found the shore. The sun hung low, swollen and golden, casting long shadows over the sandy expanse. I had wandered far from the familiar trails, each step guided by an unspoken curiosity that thrummed beneath my skin. The trees, thick and gnarled, whispered secrets in the wind, and I felt as if they were beckoning me deeper into their embrace. As I emerged from the dense thicket, I was met with a sight both enchanting and unsettling. The shoreline stretched out before me, a ribbon of pale sand flanked by jagged rocks. The sea, a muted gray, heaved gently under the weight of the sky, its surface dappled with the light of the setting sun. I was alone, the only sound the soft lapping of water against the shore, a lullaby that both soothed and stirred something deep within me. I felt an odd compulsion to walk along the water's edge, my feet sinking into the damp sand. Each step brought a cool kiss of surf, the salt water clinging to my ankles like a reluctant lover. There was a peculiar stillness in the air, a heaviness that made the world feel suspended, as if time itself had come to rest. I glanced back toward the tree line, where the shadows deepened and the trees loomed like sentinels, their leaves rustling softly, as if sharing secrets I could not hear. As I walked, I noticed the shells scattered among the pebbles, their surfaces glistening in the fading light. I picked one up, cradling it in my palm. It was a delicate spiral, its smooth surface warm against my skin. I held it to my ear, expecting to hear the comforting rush of the sea, but instead, there was only a hollow echo, a whisper of something ancient and unknowable. I dropped it back to the sand, a shiver crawling up my spine. The tide was shifting, pulling back with a deliberate grace, revealing more of the shore. It seemed to beckon me further, an invitation wrapped in mystery. As I ventured closer to the water, I caught sight of something glimmering beneath the surface, half buried in the sand. I knelt down, heart quickening, and brushed away the grains, revealing a piece of driftwood, twisted and worn, its texture like the gnarled fingers of a long-lost hand. It was then that I noticed the horizon, where the sea met the sky, was no longer the familiar blue. A thick fog began to roll in, swirling slowly, obscuring the distant line where water turned to air. The world felt smaller, as if the fog was drawing everything closer, wrapping me in its chilling embrace. I felt a pull, a longing to step into that mist, but a flicker of caution brushed against my senses. I turned to leave, but the fog thickened, curling around me like a living thing. The air grew heavier, pressing against my chest, as if the weight of the world had settled on my shoulders. My heart raced, and I quickened my pace, but the shore seemed to stretch endlessly before me, a labyrinth of sand and shadow. The laughter of the waves turned to whispers, their cadence mocking, urging me to turn back. As I stumbled over a jagged rock, I caught my breath, my fingers digging into the coarse surface of the stone. I closed my eyes for a moment, the salt air filling my lungs, and when I opened them again, the shore had changed. The water glimmered with an unnatural light, hues of green and violet shimmering beneath the surface. Shapes twisted and danced just out of reach, their movements fluid and alien. The allure was undeniable, a siren song that beckoned me closer. I stepped forward, entranced, my feet drawn into the cool water. The sea surged around my ankles, swirling with an energy that thrummed against my skin. I shivered, both from the chill and the realization that something lay beneath, something that had waited for eons to surface. My breath caught as I caught sight of a figure emerging from the depths, rising like smoke from the water. It was amorphous, an ever-shifting mass, glimmering with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the waves. I could not turn away, could not tear my gaze from the creature that defied understanding. It stretched and twisted, a reflection of the horrors that lay in the deepest recesses of the ocean, and yet I felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. Memories flickered in my mind, fragments of childhood days spent along other shores, where the sun warmed my back and laughter filled the air. I recalled the stories told in hushed tones, warnings of the deep, of creatures that lurked beneath the waves, waiting for those foolish enough to stray too far. But here, in this moment, those warnings felt like echoes from a distant past, insignificant against the pull of the figure before me. The fog thickened, pressing in around me like a heavy shroud, and I felt the weight of it settle deep in my bones. I was no longer alone. The shadows of the trees had stepped from the forest, their forms distorted and elongated in the mist. Far, the shadows of the trees had stepped from the forest, their forms distorted and elongated in the mist. They loomed behind me, silent witnesses to my descent into the unknown. I felt their gaze upon my back, a silent judgment, a reminder of the world I was leaving behind. In that moment, the allure of the figure intensified, a promise of freedom from the mundane, a release from the burdens that tethered me to the land. I took a step forward, the water rising to my knees, then my waist. The cold seeped through my clothes, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, urging me deeper into the depths. The figure shimmered, and I could almost hear the whisper of its name, sweet and unearthly, slipping through the fog like a forgotten dream. Yet just as I teetered on the brink, a memory pierced through the haze, a quiet conversation with a face from my past, one whose eyes had held a depth I could not fathom. There was a flicker of understanding, a warning masked in tenderness. I had spoken to the dead then, not realizing it until now, and the realization gripped my heart with icy fingers. I hesitated, caught between two worlds, the cold embrace of the sea and the warmth of the sun-drenched shore. The figure pulsed before me, its light growing brighter, a beacon in the darkness. I felt the weight of the fog pressing down, the whispers growing louder, drowning out the echoes of my past. With a sudden clarity, I turned away, breaking free from the grip of the water. The tide surged against me, a force of nature determined to pull me back into its depths. I fought against it, my legs heavy with the weight of the sea. The trees watched silently as I stumbled toward the shore, the light behind me dimming, the whispers fading into the mist. I reached the dry sand, collapsing onto my knees, gasping for breath. The fog receded, revealing the shore as it had been, the sun setting in a blaze of crimson and gold. I looked back, the water calm and still, the figure now a shadow in the depths. It was gone, but the feeling remained, a yearning that stirred within my soul, a reminder of what could have been. The whispers faded, but their resonance lingered, a quiet promise in the silence. I knew I had escaped, yet the shore felt different now, a place where freedom and terror intertwined. The trees stood tall, guardians of the secrets I would never fully understand. That was tonight's collection from Dr. Gloom. If it kept you company, consider liking, sharing, and subscribing. Rest well and dream deeper.